Mr. Randolph. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask everyone to please silence all electronic devices, including cell phones. If any recommendation from this commission you wish to appeal, appeal cards are to our right. If you wish to speak, we respectfully ask that you fill out a speaker's card. And if you do speak without, we would ask you do afterwards so we have a card for the record. Each side will be given 10 minutes, for or against, with 5-minute rebuttal. Given our agenda this evening, we will ensure that we stay on time. And if you will, after each case, if there's further discussion amongst the audience, we would ask that you leave the building as if you just go back into the lobby area. It does echo back in. At this time, I would ask Commissioner Randolph to lead us in an invocation and Commissioner Willie in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Bow our heads. Gracious Father, once again, we stand before you to say thank you for all the blessings you bestowed on our lives. We thank you for watching over and protecting our families throughout this holiday season. We thank you for this parish. We thank you for the employees, but more importantly, we thank you for the citizens, Lord, that this commission so dedicatedly serve. And we thank you, and we ask that we allow our hearts to make the best decision that's in the best interest for our citizens that we serve. And all these blessings we ask in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. In our packets are the minutes of our March 3rd, 2015 meeting. Are there any motions?
Motion to approve as written.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Dougherty, a second by Commissioner Randolph. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I ask for a vote. Motion carries. Staff, do you have any postponement of cases?
Yes, number 3 on the agenda, ZC 15-03019, which is a text change.
ZC 15-03-019, text change. An ordinance to amend St. Tammany Parish Unified Development Code by creating Section 6.09, Entertainment Overlay. Is there anyone in the audience, in the public, which wishes to speak on this? Seeing none, I close it to the public. I bring it back to the commission.
I'll move to postpone.
I have a motion by Commissioner Richard, a second by Commissioner Lauren to postpone. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I ask for a vote. Motion for postponement passes.
And the next case is number 6 on the agenda, ZC 14-12-104.
ZC 14-12-104, existing zoning I-4 Heavy Industrial District, proposed zoning A4 Single Family Residential District, 49.21 acres. The petitioner, Parish Council by motion, October 2nd, 2014. Location, the parcel is located on the east side of U.S. Highway 11, south of Robert Road, north of Haas Road, Ward 8, District 14. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak? Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Commission, my name is Pete Snyder, and I represent St. Joe Brickworks, who is the owner of this property, and it has been zoned as I-4 since the early 1970s. In fact, our business is celebrating 124 years in business this year. I know I look a little young for that age, but first of all, ladies and gentlemen, we are not the petitioner, as you heard the chairman say, and that being the case, we are not in favor of changing this from an I-4 to a residential classification. We are currently in a dialogue with the council member that represents that district, and we are hoping to come to some understanding and a compromise. Be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman, members.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Is there anyone else in the public who wishes to speak in favor of the postponement? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition of the postponement? Seeing none, I close it to the public and I bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Casabon.
I'll make a motion to postpone.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Casabon to postpone, second by Commissioner Randolph. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of postponement, please vote. Motion for postponement passes. Thank you.
I don't have any other requests, Mr. Chairman.
This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public is encouraged to speak for or against if you so choose so. Zoning change request cases. Applications for proposed change of zoning district or amendments to the land use ordinance requiring review and recommendation of approval by the zoning commission before action by the parish council are as follows. ZC 15-01-007. Existing zoning, A4, single-family residential district. Proposed zoning, A4, single-family residential district and manufactured housing overlay. The parcel, 7.47 acres. The petitioner, Parish Council by motion, November 6, 2014. The parcel is located on the south side of Powell Drive, west of Grace Drive, Ward 9, District 14. Staff?
The 2025 Future Land Use Plan calls for the area to be developed with single-family residences, including manufactured homes. Staff has no objection to the request for manufactured housing overlay, as there are several mobile homes in the vicinity, and the request fits with the existing land use of the area. Staff recommends approval.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak? Staff, do we know who the owner of record of this parcel is?
Yes, we've sent letters to all the owners, and I
Have they
spoke to-
responded?
Yes, they've responded, yes. And I've spoke to Mr. Don Anderson after the meeting last time. So I don't know if he got in touch with anyone or if legal counsel can shed some light regarding that.
But that we did get back the receipts and they did not oppose what was happening. Is that
That's
correct? Okay. This time I close it to the public and I bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Randolph.
Motion to approve staff recommendation. Second.
We have a proposal by Commissioner Randolph and a second by Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Casabon.
Yes, Helen, this is where we sent the certified letters to the homeowners,
That's correct.
and we had one that was returned. Did that one, the last letter?
Yeah, we
was that-
obtained all the responses.
You obtained them all?
Yeah.
Okay, I concur.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries. ZC 15-01-009, text change. An ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Unified Development Code, Volume 1 zoning, Article 2 definitions, to add the definition of breezeway. This was postponed by the March 3rd, 2015 meeting. Staff?
Yes, this ordinance was, as you mentioned, introduced to you in January and postponed a couple of times to work on the language. And we added basically the end of the last sentence, at the end of the last sentence, we added, in order for the two spaces to be considered as a single structure, to clarify the proposed definition.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this? Seeing none, I close it to the public and I bring it back to the commission. Mr. Davis.
Helen, what happens if the breezeway is exactly 10 feet? If you read in the literature, shouldn't it state on the last paragraph, second sentence, a breezeway 10 foot or less in width?
Yeah, we could do that, yes.
Thank you. If you do that, I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Mr. Davis, a second by Commissioner Matthews, as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I would ask for a vote. Motion carries. ZC 15-03-021. This motion has been withdrawn. It's on our agenda. We'll read it into the record. The existing zoning, A3 Suburban District, proposed zoning, A4A Single-Family Residential District. The parcel, 34.07 acres. The petitioner, JMB Development LLC. The owner, FMG/LTL LLC. The representative, Paul Marone. The parcel is located on the north and south sides of Dean Road, east of Robert Road, Ward 8, Districts 8 and 9. Staff, it has been withdrawn, correct? Yes. I have a motion by Commissioner Dougherty,
Second.
second by Commissioner Randolph. Is there any further discussion? It's on the agenda. Hearing none, I would ask for a vote to withdraw. Motion to withdraw passes. ZC 14-10-093, the existing zoning, HC3 Highway Commercial District, proposed zoning, A8 Multifamily Residential District, the parcel, 11 acres, the petitioner, Parish Council by motion, August 7th, 2014. The parcel is located on the west side of US Highway 11, north of Pine Place, south of Hunter Street, Ward 8, District 14. This was postponed from the March 3rd, 2015 meeting. Staff?
The site is currently developed with a multifamily dwellings and undeveloped land. The requested zoning change to A would allow for future multifamily development at a maximum density of 1 unit per 1,500 square feet of property. Staff feels that there's no compelling reason to recommend approval, considering that the site was rezoned from C1 to HC3 during the comprehensive rezoning. Moreover, the site is currently abutting HC3 zoning on the north and the south side. And also that the HC3 zoning allows for multifamily dwellings. So at this time, staff would like to recommend denial.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak? And staff, as other motion by council, do we know who the owner of the parcel is?
Yes, we do. Yes, they've been reached.
Seeing no one from the public, I close it to the public. I bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Matthews.
Why would somebody do this? And if that's what the owner wanted, why would we want to deny it? It's just that, you know, we don't have anybody to talk to about this, and this is kind of perplexing to downzone a piece of property without somebody being here to tell me, yes, it's okay. That kind of frightens me. And I would move to postpone.
We have a motion to postpone by Commissioner Matthews. Commissioner Randolph.
Do you want to carry that motion first? Because I have further discussion. How do you want to?
Commissioner Lauren?
I have a question.
I have a question.
Okay. Well, right now, we just
Question
have a
of
motion
our-
without a second.
A question of our legal counsel. If we deny it, does that leave it where it is today? It leaves the existing zoning in place?
That is correct, and then if it's a denial, anybody has the right to appeal it to the parish council, either way.
Commissioner Randolph?
To staff, Helen, did we forward any letters out in this situation here?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what kind of response did you get back?
We got the response back as, you know, we sent a letter certified mail and they signed for it. And I spoke to, if I'm not mistaken, the manager of the apartment complex and explained her what the request consisted of. And there was no opinion as to being for or against it over the phone, but understood the request.
But it's to your knowledge that you spoke to a manager but not the owner? Or you
No, I
don't
didn't
know?
speak to the owner. I spoke to the manager.
Commissioner Matthews?
Well, I've just got real problems with downzoning a piece of property that the owner is not here to say that's what they really want. It's a unusual request. But, you know, if we deny it, and that's what the owner wanted, you know, that puts us in a kind of conundrum here. What should we do? And I think we ought to have, to do something like this, I think we ought to have somebody, the owner or his representative be here. The manager of an apartment complex, that's pretty far from the person with any authority to make a decision on something like this. Say, I wouldn't know whether to vote for or against this because it is an unusual request to go down in zoning when the HC3 allows them to do what they're doing now. It's just a
Commissioner Casabon?
I concur that it is, as long, they have the HC3, that they can do the A1. It seems, I can't see us downzoning this. I concur with the staff that I'd make a motion to deny.
Commissioner Casabon has a motion to deny. Commissioner Randolph?
I second that motion.
The motion to deny? Motion to deny is second.
I've got one more
Commissioner?
question.
Yes.
Do we know who's the author of this request?
The councilman.
The councilman?
We currently have in front of us a motion to deny and second. I would ask for a vote. Mind you, in a motion, just a point of clarification, an affirmative, a yes, is to support the denial. A no is to oppose the denial. Okay, again, we have a motion to deny, so an affirmative would support the denial, where a no vote is opposing the denial. Motion to deny carries. Item 7, ZC 15-04-024, the existing zoning, A3 Suburban District, the proposed zoning, A3 Suburban District and Rural Overlay, the parcel 27.39 acres, the petitioner, Tony and Anthony Rossi, the owner, Tony and Anthony Rossi. The parcel is located on the east side of Bunny Lane, south of Joyner-Weimer Road, being 72195 Bunny Lane, Covington, Ward 1, District 3. Staff?
The 2025 future land use plan calls for the area to be developed with residential uses. Staff does not object to the request, considering that the surrounding area is rural in character. Staff recommends request for rural overlay be approved.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this? Or the petitioner or owner present? See no one from the public, I close it to the public and I bring it back to the commission. Staff, your recommendation is approval? Is that correct? You're recommending approval. Commissioner Randolph.
Motion to accept staff recommendation for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Randolph to approve, second by Commissioner Casabon. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I would ask for a vote. Motion to approve carries. ZC 15-04-025, text change. An ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Unified Development Code, Volume 1 zoning, Section 6.06R, rural overlay, relative to adding farm winery as an administrative permit. Staff?
This is an ordinance in regards to adding the use of farm winery as an administrative permit under the rural overlay, and also to add a list of minimum standards for the uses and some definitions. So as you can see in the ordinance here, we're suggesting a couple of definitions as well as a list of administrative requirements. And at this time, would like to recommend approval of this ordinance. I know that there are someone in the ordinance, if not more than one person, in interest of this ordinance at this time.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this? Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. Carla Hernandez. You know, there are a couple of questions I guess I have about the ordinance. The first is, of course, why we're making it an administrative permit, as opposed to why not coming before the commission and having it approve this designation. I think it's interesting because of the fact that if you look at what the requirements are, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily, then it talks about 15 visitors, a maximum of 15 visitors. Now, I guess my question is, are the 15 visitors all 21 years of age or older? Is that a requirement? Because of the fact that they could be drinking wine or buying wine, one would assume that they have to be at least 21 years of age. And then carrying that another step, if in fact they all need to be 21, then is it possible then to have children along? Is that permissible on the thing? And they would then not count as the number of visitors then? So you could have 50 and, you know, all but 21, all or 15 of them would be 21 years or older, but everyone else would be underneath that age, and that would be permitted? And I guess that's my question. Everything else seems to be okay, but I would just recommend or hope that you all would consider making it, number one, not an administrative permit, but in fact something that comes before this this commission for approval, and that everyone understands exactly what the requirements are with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to comment?
Bill McHugh, representing St. Tammany Farmer. As you know, there's an existing winery northeast of Covington, and when I read these restrictions, and I'm not speaking on their behalf, but I'm speaking as a neighbor and a frequent visitor of the place, it appears to me that some of their long-standing activities may not fall within the limits of this ordinance. Has anybody looked at that from their particular standpoint? And would this apply to them? And I can be more specific if you'd like.
Please, please do so.
Okay, the daily time period during which a farm winery may be open to the public shall be 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. For approximately 6 months of the year, once or twice a month, they have a concert there that doesn't even start until 6 o'clock at night and runs till 9:30 or 10 at night. And there are literally hundreds of people there at that time. At any time, the number of visitors to the farm winery shall not exceed 15. Well, if they're having concerts at night and there's hundreds of people there, that's more than 15 people. They do have a tasting room. I don't know how large it is. I'm not sure it's maybe under 400. I'm not sure about that, but it's been there for a long time. Tour and wine tasting consumption are limited to the tour of the facility, and the last part of that, without the proper permit from the parish and state. Does that mean every time they want to have a wine tasting, they have to get a permit? Question. And then item E, other non-wine related items may not be sold. It specifically does allow wine, food, or items of apparel displaying the name or logo of the winery. This particular winery does sell other items, wine-related, food-related, in their tasting room, but many of the products are not labeled with their logo. They bring them out from other places, and they sell a lot of this stuff. Sale, delivery, or shipment of wine directly to a consumer in this state, licensed wholesalers and out-of-state are permitted. I suspect there is already a state law, and Mr. Hand may have a comment on this, but I suspect there's already a state law that governs the issue that item apparently attempts to address, item F. I don't know whether that's in contradiction with any state law, but I would wonder whether it is. Similarly, the storage and warehousing and wholesaling, I'm not sure about that. I just would wonder what the effect of this would be on a business that's been in business for, I think, something like 15 years in that particular location and does many of the activities that I've described. And I've been a neighbor and a friend of theirs for a long time, so I'm here as a reporter, but I'm also here as a neighbor.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak?
My name is Ernest Longlinay. I'm kind of the reason this is being written. I have a small vineyard on 1082, just north of Pontchartrain Vineyards, and we're trying to create a little economy for the parish by having a place where people, visitors, tourists can come from the Southern Hotel. They can go down 1082 and see our vineyard, have a little wine tasting and things like that. So we're not looking to create this, giant entertainment world. We're just looking for a little economy. And yes, the state does require permits for our sale, for our storage, for everything. And the writing that is in this system meets with the ATF because I've spoken with them and everything else. And I've spoken with our agent, so forth and so on. And it's okay for us to do what we're wanting to do as far as the state is concerned. I don't know, I'm just trying to create another place in St. Tammany Parish, and I know there's another gentleman interested in doing the same thing near Beatico in that area. I'm not quite sure. I haven't had a chance to speak with him, but anyway, that's all we're trying to do, and I would hope that we could find something that would work for everyone and allow us to give the tourists, the people from New Orleans and everything else, a reason to come to St. Tammany Parish, spend a little money, see what our life is all about, and help things along a little bit. Thanks.
Thank you. If you would also fill out a speaker's card for us.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Seeing none, I close it to the public. Staff, would you care to comment, clarifying
Absolutely.
some of these points?
Absolutely. I think that we're making reference to the Pontchartrain Vineyard here. And Pontchartrain Vineyard is existing and grandfathered in. This will not affect the Pontchartrain Vineyard. Unless if it's the wish of the zoning commission or the council, we're not trying to make this regulation or adopt this regulation with a goal of making it in the same form or format that the Pontchartrain Vineyard is operating right now. In other words, we would allow wine tasting with specific time, limited number of visitors, which will allow, the development of farm winery within St. Tammany Parish. However, it will not turn into a venue where we'll have concerts and, other special event, unless if they make a special request, as it's indicated in the letter I, special event permit would have to be obtained if they wish to request one at any time during the year. To address the letter D, well, no farm winery shall permit the wine tasting and consumption without proper permit from the parish and the state. Well, it's just a one time. You apply for your permit with the state and the parish, you renew it every year, but it's not going to be every time they have a tasting that they'll have to come and apply for a permit. As far as the total number of visitors, well, good question. I didn't really look at the possibility of the total number of children or if there would be any minor coming to the site. Basically, I did some research nationwide. Of course, I did not use the regulation that would apply to maybe the state of California because they have massive, big winery. That may not apply to St. Tammany Parish. So I used other states that were more similar to us, and that's pretty much the number of visitors that we had, between 15 and 20. That was similar hours of operation, and that's what I base myself on. I think that if you have a permit to sell wine and to have a wine tasting, if you look at a restaurant, you can go to a restaurant with your children and you can consume alcohol. So I see it in the same way. Now, if we need to limit the number of visitors and include the number of children, well, that's something that maybe the commission want to look into. I don't have any objections to it.
Thank you. Commissioner Casabon?
Yes, that was some of the questions. I wanted to make sure that Pontchartrain Vineyard was grandfathered in. Even on their nights, they won't have to come get the special permit because they do that several times a year.
No,
So
they've
that
been doing it
whatever
for-
they're doing now,
Yes.
they will be allowed to do.
Yes.
And I think this is an ordinance that we are looking at more, because if I'm not mistaken, we have a couple on 1077. So I think this is a forward-thinking idea that we need to have on the books to not necessarily regulate it, to make sure that it is run properly, because it is showcasing our parish. But that was my concern too, that as long as the Pontchartrain, because they have been doing fantastic, so.
Yes, and also maybe to answer another question that was brought up regarding the farm winery is, because we no longer have conditional use permits, then it would not be listed as a conditional use under the rural overlay. And we're not trying to create a new zoning, but to allow staff to review it according to the criteria that are listed here and to recommend approval if it's possible to provide the required documents and permits and meet all the requirements listed here on this application, on this text change proposal.
Commissioner Matthews?
Yeah, Helen, the way this is written here, the definition farm winery, it doesn't require that the grapes or fruit or other suitable agricultural products have been grown on the property. As it's written, they could bring grapes in from California and do this and be a farm winery. I think we need to add in there that these have to be products that are actually grown on the property.
I have no objection. We have someone in the audience here who just identify himself, so I don't know if there's any objections to that. I don't know if they mix it with other elements that are coming from
Sir, if
outside
you'd
the
like to,
winery.
because I have one other question I'd like to ask you too. Come on, please.
Please.
Quick comment. I grow most, all the grapes that I make wine from. And I don't ever plan on bringing any grapes in, but I don't think that it's a fair thing to say 100%. Maybe we should say 60%, because you still have to, if a person is coming to a winery, have you been to a wine tasting at a winery? They have a variety.
Pontchartrain.
They have a variety of 7 or 8 different wines that they offer you. If you're going to limit it to growing in St. Tammany Parish, you're going to get one wine. That's the only grape that's going to, and muscadine, I mean, if you want to make muscadine. But you're only going to get one grape that's a true California quality grape that's going to grow in Louisiana. So you're kind of making it a very difficult process for anyone who's trying to do this. So if we were to say, well, you have to have, you know, if you're going to sell wine, more than 50% of your sales, you have to say are grown on the property, or 30% or 80%, whatever a percentage is, it doesn't make a difference. But I think it would be kind of unfair to not say that I could bring in a Cabernet grape from California and maybe produce 20, 30, 40 cases of wine every year in order to have a variety. I don't know.
What would make you any different than a wine store? If you had your winery and you produce one grape and one variety of wine, but you sell 100 different types of wine.
That's why I'm agreeing with the percentage thing. I'm agreeing with the fact that you should have to grow some of the grapes on your property in order for this to be viable. I would stand here and say, don't vote for it, if I just put up a building on 5 acres of land and I bring in 15,000 pounds of grapes from all over the country and I just start making wine and selling it. I would say, no, don't vote for it, because that's not the whole concept.
That's what I'm trying to
prevent. And I was hoping that we would add that when we were writing this. You've got to grow a percentage of your grapes on the property itself before you can even qualify for this permit.
Well, since it's supposed to be a farm that produces wine, I would think it would be a very high percentage should be grown. The wines that you sell should be grown on your property. I would say 75% need to be at least that.
It's 75% of volume or 75% of sales.
Well, no, okay.
I'm just asking a question because I'd like to.
Maybe these are questions we have to address.
Maybe they are.
Before we pass this. I also have a question about the number of people. I've been to the Pontchartrain vineyards, and I've been out in California. Out in California, they have many more than 15
They'll have 100 people at any given time.
Many more than 15.
They'll have a tour bus pull in and 50
Pontchartrain,
people will get out of it.
A couple of times I bought people there. 15 people probably would be fine.
In the interest of
What about
time, can we
yours?
get to the questions, please?
What?
In the interest of time, I would ask we get to the question.
My question is, does he have a problem with 15 visitors for your, since this is written with you in mind?
No, sir. As long as there's a situation, if someone comes to me and says, I want to have a wedding on your vineyard, and there are going to be 150 people here, and I go get a permit from them for that wedding, then I'm good.
That's a special event.
Yes. That's, as long as somebody wants to do something like that and I can get a permit for it, I don't expect to get more than 4 or 5 people at a time, to be honest with you, but, we're just starting here. We're trying to get something going.
And I think it's a great thing. I really do.
Yeah.
And Carlos' question about the children buying wine, there's a state law there.
Well, yeah,
That's not a
the
problem.
state will cut me off in a heartbeat if I do that. I'm not,
Helen, one more text change on C. It says the farm winery tasting room may have an accessory structure for wine tasting. I think you just need to delete tasting room. The farm winery may have an accessory structure for tasting. The tasting room doesn't have a tasting room.
Correct, yes,
Okay.
yes.
And right now, I would add grown on the property, and it would make it 100%. If we need to change that, then I think we need to kick it back to staff.
Well, I'd like to maybe bring up here an issue of where we talk about grapes and other fruits. If you look at the label on the back of a label of a wine bottle, at times it may say pears or peaches or any other fruits or bananas or I don't know which fruits, but you may have some.
Pretty much not bananas.
No, probably not bananas, correct. But you may have some fruits that you want to incorporate that don't necessarily grow well here in Louisiana, so you may have to get it from elsewhere besides grow on your property. You may not be able to grow pears or green apples on your property because of.
But without some restriction, this becomes a wine store.
That's correct, but adding a percentage would not be a problem.
Then I would amend this to say 75% of the grapes, other fruit, or suitable agricultural products be grown on the property. By volume?
I'm sorry?
By volume. I'm done.
Commissioner Davis?
I'm having a difficult time in understanding why we're trying to either create or change an ordinance for one person's needs that's going to affect the entire parish. Is that what we're doing?
No.
Why was this done?
Well, as you can see at the top of the text change, it was introduced by Mr. Tanner. And at the same time is that we've received other requests.
How many other requests? Just a point of reference, I can't believe we're trying to do all this just to appease maybe one or two people that is going to affect the entire parish.
Well, I'm aware of at least two.
Because I did a little research on some of these wine tasting things, and another thing is about this 400 square foot, that's too small. That's not going to make it, even with 15 people.
It's a 20 bucks.
You got equipment, you can have sales products in there. The average,
We're just referring to the room where the
the
tasting will take
tasting room,
place.
the average tasting room for a winery, according to, I hate to get specific on this, but Washington State, who did a survey on it with 50 different wine tasting complexes, had 600 square foot minimum.
That's fine, it can be increased.
Well, what I'm saying is, if I say 1,000, does that mean we're going to go to 1,000?
No, because you will make a recommendation and the zoning commission will vote on it.
Okay.
Commissioner Lauren?
Mr. Chairman, I question whether or not this is a proper forum to be writing an ordinance. I think we should postpone this and let it be done properly with some foresight and study and get all of these things resolved before we get in here and try to nitpick and rewrite every line and every sentence. Thank you.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Davis to postpone, or excuse me,
Nope,
Commissioner
nope,
Lauren.
Nope,
I'm sorry?
not me.
No, correct. Commissioner Lauren, Commissioner Davis.
I don't want to make a motion to do that. I would go ahead and rather say you go ahead and increase the square footage by 800 square foot and put the adjustments that Bill had stated in there, and I'll make a motion to approve it.
Excuse me, you want to increase from 400 to
400
800?
to 800 square foot.
Okay.
To a maximum of 800 square foot.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Davis, seconded by Commissioner Matthews, to approve as amended. We currently have a motion by Commissioner Lauren to postpone, does not have a second.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lauren to postpone, a second by Commissioner Richard. Postponement would take precedent over an approval. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none at this time, I request we vote on the motion to postpone. The motion to postpone passes. ZC 15-04-026, existing zoning A2 Suburban District, proposed zoning A2 Suburban District and manufactured housing overlay. The parcel, 40,000 square feet. The petitioner, Elizabeth Jones. The owner, Josh and Elizabeth Jones. The parcel located on the west side of Avery Drive, south of Heastermeister Drive, being 209 Avery Drive, Slidell, Ward 8, District 13. Staff?
The 2025 future land use plan calls for the area to be developed with residential uses, including manufactured homes. Considering that there are numerous mobile homes in the vicinity, staff does not object to the request and recommends approval.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak? Is the owner here this evening? Would you care to make any comment, sir or ma'am? Close it to the public. I bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Dougherty.
I'd move to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Dougherty, a second by Commissioner Casabon. Commissioner Matthews.
I'd just like to know why they want a mobile home overlay. Would you come, I just want to know why you want a
You're
mobile home
welcome
overlay. Just
to
tell us
come
why you want it.
to come to the podium. Please state your name.
My name's Elizabeth Jones. Because my daughter has a mobile home, we have the land there. This is an area of 32 mobile homes and 11 houses. It's way out in the suburbs, and it's perfect for starter homes and people trying to get their lives together and raise families.
And you're going to put one mobile home on this piece of property?
Yes, sir, one.
Okay. Answer my question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion by the commission? We have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote. Motion carries. ZC 15-04-027, existing zoning A2 Suburban District, proposed zoning HC2 Highway Commercial District. The parcel, 1.32 acres. The owner, Thomas and Donna Martin. The parcel is located on the west side of Louisiana Highway 437, south of Dream Court, north of First Avenue, being 55197 Louisiana Highway 433, Slidell, Ward 9, District 13. Staff?
The 2025 future land use plan calls for the area to be developed with residential uses. Staff feels that the requested zoning change to HC2 is too intense for the area and not compatible, and at this time would like to recommend denial.
We have two speaker cards from Marissa Grant and Reed Pierce. Please come to the podium.
Good evening. Reed Pierce, speaking on behalf of my father, Alan Pierce. We are opposed to this change. We agree with what was said. I think this is a classic case of spot zoning. The property has been zoned suburban district for the 43 years that my dad has been living adjacent to this piece of property. There are 28 things permitted under the parish zoning code if you were to change it, and none of those 28 things appeal to my father and myself. So I guess we could refer to Mr. Hand whether or not this would be spot zoning, but a change like this to put commercial highway zoning in place of A2, I don't think it applies.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Marissa Grant?
Good evening. My name is Melissa Grant, and I'm speaking on behalf of my parents, Cynthia and Wayne Frady. And we have gotten a petition together. It's been signed by 30 of the surrounding neighbors. And I'll just kind of read to you a little bit what was on the petition, because this is our home, and we really don't want to have an auto repair place right next to our home. On the petition, it said on there, it is our understanding that this meeting is to discuss rezoning the property currently owned by Thomas and Donna Martin, which will be sold and developed for use as an auto repair shop. We did not raise an objection years ago when they applied to have their property rezoned to add a barn, which instead of building a barn, they have a large metal structure building, which kind of blocks the view of the beautiful water and everything else. But we didn't mind it because we love the Martins and they were our neighbors, and we were hoping that they were going to move back and rebuild their home and become our neighbors again. And we really enjoyed having them as neighbors. However, we have no interest in having a commercial business as a neighbor. Aside from the noise, the flow of customers and workers, potential pollution, and drainage issues, we feel that a commercial building would be a nuisance and it would deprive the surrounding neighbors the right of peaceful living. It would really be a problem for us. It's that property for the Frady side, and I'm sure also for the Pierces and the DeStefanos, they're all elderly and they've raised their kids, and now the grandkids go play there. And you know, we have hopes that one day I'll be able to build on that property also to help take care of my parents. And I don't want a car repair place as my next door neighbor. And there's no way to build it to where you wouldn't see it. Like all the rest of those properties there have to build up, I think it's 14 feet, maybe 16 feet. And how would you put an auto repair place there? You can't fence it so you don't see it. It would just be an eyesore, not to mention the risks of any kind of pollution or whatever else. So I'm glad that y'all deny it as well.
Thank you, Ms. Grant.
Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else from the public who would wish to comment?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Mr. Martin, owner of the property. And we built that barn about 9 years ago, right after Katrina, and it was zoned as agricultural at the time. That's how the barn was built. I was going to build this barn and then build a house, okay? But other ventures took me other ways. Now the place is there. It's sitting there. It's 1,800 square foot barn. And this gentleman would like to buy it and do a little two-car stall auto place. 300 yards down the road, there's a large body and fender place. Across the street, there's an automotive place. There's about 6 or 8 houses in that general area. Everybody else abandoned the area. The area is being overgrown. I'd like to sell it. I'm ready to retire. This gentleman would like to buy it and move his shop. The place will be built in accordance to zoning, whatever, fences and whatever else to be safe and whatever. There won't be a noise issue. There won't be no oil issue. It will be built in accordance to code. The building is there. It's been there since Katrina. And so what do I do with the building now? Let it sit and rot away? The building was approved 8 years ago in the agricultural zone. It was zoned agricultural at the time. Bobby Torres owns all the property next to it. He zoned it all agriculture back then. I don't know why, but my area was zoned agriculture too. Because when I went to build a place, I classified it as a garage. Oh, you can't do it as a garage. It's got to be a barn because you're agricultural. I don't know how it got changed back to residential. The area is not highly residential area. It was at one time since the storm, but mostly everybody moved out. These few people, and I have all respect and well from them, and I don't know where they're coming from. I know what's going on, but it's time for me to move on. I want to sell the place, so what do I do with it? Do I give it away? It's over an acre of waterfront property. It's got 1,800 square foot steel building on it in excellent shape. We can build fences, we can do whatever, we'll be in accordance to the zoning. we ask that you approve it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name's Christopher Munch. Yes, sir. I own C&M Auto on Old Spanish Trail. I've been here 21 years. All right. I got a 4,000 square foot building. I got very good customers. I've taken care of this parish. I pay my taxes. I have my sewer tested twice a year with DEQ. I'm in compliance with them. I got myself in a situation through other problems where I have to sell my building, financial situation, and he's offering to lease purchase this building to me so I can move my customers to this building facility. All right. I've been in business 21 years in this parish. All right. And I've always taken care of all my customers. I got very good customers that live right around that curve right there, all along there. All right, where these people live, and I know most of all of them. Okay, and a lot of them want me to come down there. So that's where I stand. You know, and I want to try to do the right thing and keep my business in the parish. I pay my taxes. I do everything. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for or against?
Can I have a rebuttal?
Yes, sir. Oh,
10 years ago.
Excuse me, sir, 1 second. Who else in the public wishes to speak for or against? Oh, okay. I couldn't see it.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Brady. I live right next to Tommy Martin. That property, that building that he said it has been there for 10 years was erected after Katrina, so Katrina has not been 10 years. So, well, it was like 8 years ago that he had it put up, but that's neither. I have a petition that I went around the neighborhood, and I asked them to please sign, and you can see I have 2 pages of the people that live in our area that do not want a building like this. It's a be an eyesore. We are up, I've built up 16 feet because I had to, because I was flooded. If he takes and puts a mechanic shop there, every day of my life, I'm going to walk out and I'm going to see it. Because is he going to build a fence up that way above that I'm not going to see his mechanic shop? Will I never hear the noise of his air guns going off? I ask y'all, how would y'all like to have someone that can't afford their property anymore to take and, oh, I'm going to sell it to somebody that's a law-abiding citizen and has a shop up in the parish. I'm going to let him come out here and he can put right next door to you a mechanic shop. Would any one of y'all like that? Would you like to wake up every morning to the sounds? It's not pitter-patter of little feet. This is mechanic tools. And then like the pollution, you know, that property has been in our family for 58 years. And so because a man wants to take and sell it to someone to put a mechanic shop up that's going to do what? It's going to pollute. He's talking about Pike's Classic. Well, Pike's, they've been my neighbors for a long time. I've been there since the 70s. It's been in our family, my husband's family, since 58. I know Mike Pike. They're grandfathered in, same way as MKS. So, you know, this is not grandfathered in. This is new. He wants to come in, and I'm highly against it. I'm sorry. You know, as it is, Tommy filled up over there. We never, ever said anything about him hauling in the fill whenever it rains or water comes in, which it does, high tides. I get all the water. You know, if he comes in, what's he going to do? He's going to have to raise. So who's going to flood? It's going to be an issue with us. And I'm sorry, I'm opposed. I'm against all of the above. And I sincerely hope that all of y'all take this into consideration, that you do not want anything like this to ever go on next to you, next to your parents, your grandparents, or whatever. Anybody in your family. This is a ridiculous move that I think he's trying to do. Understand he's got to sell his property, But, you know, he's got a lot of acreage up in Mississippi.
Ma'am, I would ask you to close. Time has expired.
Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. This time we'll go to rebuttal.
She covered it.
Okay. The gentleman who would like it to be rezoned, would you care to make a rebuttal? You'll have 5 minutes.
I know it was a pretty grim picture just painted out there, but it ain't gonna be that grim, believe me. There ain't gonna be all these ag guns going off. It's gonna be a 2-stall bay, 2 mechanics. 2 mechanics. It ain't up in the air. It's up 4 feet off up higher than the land, but it's not that. It's gonna have a nice, pretty fence. It's gonna have shrubbery planted. The building's fairly new. It's clean. It's gonna be clean. It ain't gonna be a junkyard. It's gonna be a 2-stall mechanic shop with 2 mechanics working in it, in the area, bringing St. Tammany Parish tax revenue. It's gonna be a plus for St. Tammany. It's gonna be a place for St. Tammany residents to bring their vehicle and have it worked on. It's not gloom and doom. It's gonna be a nice building. It is a nice building. It's there. And it's gonna be 2 mechanics. Ain't gonna be all this noise. It's gonna have a high fence, whatever's required of us. We'll put that up, so to hold the noise down. But there ain't gonna be all these air guns and all that going. You ain't even gonna probably hear nothing.
It's inside the building.
It's inside a building, and you put the fence up, that's it, you know? So it's a plus for St. Tammany. The area, I'm sorry, they are neighbors there. They are. And I feel, you know, it's not that I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings, and I'm not here to hurt nobody's feelings. I'm just here to move the property. It's time for me to move on, okay? I got a gentleman that wants to buy it. We want to do something in the area, which I believe is a safe and good thing for St. Tammany. It ain't going to be a noise issue. It ain't going to be a pollution issue. And it's not going to be none of that. It's not going to be gloom and doom, believe me. It's going to be a nice place with shrubs and trees and whatever it takes, you know, to make it right, zoned right. So our thoughts and plans are for the positive and for the good and not to hurt nobody. Thank you.
Thank you.
I invite every one of y'all to my shop on Old Spanish Trail. Like I said, I've been there 19 years. I was around the corner for 2 years, so it's 21 years I've been putting money in this parish. I've been taking care of a lot of people, and I still got very good customers, and I don't want to lose them. All right? So y'all make y'all decision. That's all I could do. All right?
Thank you.
One thing that wasn't mentioned is the property value. I think the people that live around there, as they mentioned, Hurricane Katrina destroyed that area 10 years ago approximately, and 6 people immediately adjacent to the petitioner's property have all decided to come back and rebuild and stay in St. Tammany. Mr. Martin chose to move on to Mississippi. Like my dad, his house was destroyed. The houses were flattened. But for the people that came back and invested in the parish and came back to live here, I think you need to take into consideration of what they did and their commitment to the parish, and that they're going to lose property value here. If you put a shop in the middle of 6 homes, those property values are going to decrease immensely. So just please take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This time we close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Casabon?
Yes, I don't dispute, it is a tough situation for the owner that he has this, but what we look at as a commission is what else could go into the HC2. So as you said, you're having financial challenges where you are and you need to move here. You don't know what challenges will be before you in the future. And once this is rezoned a C2, you can put other things into that would not be probably as compatible as a shop and stuff. I concur with the staff, and I'll make a motion to deny.
Second.
We have a motion to deny by Commissioner Casabon, a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Casabon, do you have any further comments?
Oh, no.
Hearing none, we have, again, a motion to deny and second. Please vote, and I caution the commission, a yes vote is a vote to deny, a no vote is a vote not to deny. Please vote. The motion to deny carries. ZC 15-04-028, existing zoning, Highway Commercial District, HC2. Proposed zoning, I-1 Industrial District. The parcel, .361 acres. The petitioner, Stephen Schwartz. The owner, SVS Tangy 1 LLC / Stephen Schwartz. The representative, Jeff Shane. The parcel located on the west side of North Collins Boulevard, south of North Columbia Street, being 1930 North Collins, Covington, Ward 3, District 2. Staff?
The 2025 Future Land Use Plan calls for the area to be developed with commercial uses. Staff does not have objection to the request, considering the site is surrounded by a mix of commercial and industrial uses. Staff recommends request for I-1 designation be approved.
Mr. Shane?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Commission. Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell Law Firm in Covington. I represent both the owner and petitioner in this case, which I think is fairly simple as it relates to the scope. The property is located in Collins Boulevard and is actually surrounded on both sides by parcels that are developed and actually a part of the city of Covington. So this parcel, which was the former location of a fried chicken establishment many years ago and has been a couple of different businesses since then, now finds itself dormant or vacant, and we have an opportunity.
Order, please.
We have an opportunity to enter into an agreement with Ziegler Tree Service, a lease purchase arrangement wherein we hope to bring a good and viable business into the building, put it back into commerce. The HC2 zoning does not facilitate the storage of the trucks that will be associated with this business in an outdoor manner. The property across the street, as you can see with your staff report, there's a large tract that is zoned I2. So I don't think there's any doubt that we have industrial zoning in the area and that this request should be very compatible. So with those things having been said, we respectfully request that you follow the lead of the staff report recommendation and that you recommend to the council that the zoning of this property be changed from HC2 to I1. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public who wishes to speak in favor of this change? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I close it to the public and I bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Casabon.
Yes, this is a portion that is, he is correct, that was commercial fried chicken place, but it is wedged between AT&T and Holden's, which is a wrecker service type thing. It is totally appropriate for this change of zoning. I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Casabon, a second by Commissioner Willie. Commissioner Matthews.
I agree with the staff. I just have one quick question. On both sides of this property and in the rear, it's the city of Covington?
That's correct.
Interesting. Okay. That's.
Is there any further discussion? We have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote. Motion carries. ZC 15-04-029, Existing zoning, A1 Suburban District and Rural Overlay. Proposed zoning, A1A Suburban District and Rural Overlay. The parcel, 4.12 acres. Petitioner, Parish Council by motion, February 5th, 2015. The parcel is located at the end of Normandy Drive, south of Marguerite Street, being Lot 12B, Block 9, Marywood Estates, Addition 2, Ward 2, District 6. Staff?
The 2025 future land use plan calls for the area to be developed with residential and agricultural uses. Staff does not see any compelling reason to increase the density in the area, considering that the site is surrounded by A1, and at this time, staff would like to recommend denial.
Is there anyone in the public who wishes to speak on this?
Bill McHugh again on behalf of the St. Tammany Farmer. I have a request on this and other items where the Parish Council has submitted them, and it was asked of the staff earlier on an earlier proposal, do you know who the owner is? And the staff reply was yes. I would request, please, that you request the staff to tell us who the owner is. I think for my purposes as a reporter and I believe the public has a right to know who the owner of these properties is. So when the staff does know it, I would request that you ask them to tell us who the owner is. Thank you.
In the detail of our package, the owner is Sylvia Farkas, Farkas. Would you care to come to the podium?
I am Sylvia Farkas, and I am proposing to subdivide my property due to the fact that I have been unemployed for the past year. And I have a larger acreage. My parents also live on the acreage. I need to sell that house, my house, to move to a smaller house. And I don't want to instill that my parents, who are 75 and 74, have to move due to the circumstances of what I had to incur. And this piece of property has two entrances, comes out on J.L. Galloway Road, and has a separate mailing address. I pay 2 taxes on this property, so it's just a mere formality to subdivide the property. I can't list the property to sell until this motion passes. So I'm hoping y'all will vote that the property can be subdivided and I could move forward with my life and my parents could live out the rest of their life on a property that they love. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would wish to speak on this? Seeing none, I close it to the public. I bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, Ms. Farkas, can you come up, please?
No, but it's still 6 acres. It's a simple commercial, why can't she sell it as is? She can. It is separated.
I believe the staff is
They're
only,
telling her.
is only stating to deny this because it's not 5 acres. Is that correct? Instead of 4.12.
Basically, it's because it's surrounded by A1.
I see you have 4.12 acres,
Yes,
and your parents have 6.59 acres?
yes. And the reason we could not divide it straight in half, which would have been a lot easier to do, was when my parents moved on the property and built, there are other structures and septic lines that run, so that's why we had to move it further up, whereas I would have less land, so that they wouldn't have to tear down or do any other major renovations to the property.
And there's no way in which you could, I hate to say, take from your parents, but 0.82 acres somewheres on the property?
We have tried, and it took me forever with the surveying company to try to divide, because that was an existing property when I bought it. It has a lot of structures on the property, and to try to divide it, like I said, the driveway comes in from Normandy. It's probably way over 1,000 feet long, and then goes out and comes out onto J.L. Galloway Road.
Yeah.
And that's actually Covington. That entrance would be considered Covington versus Normandy is considered Folsom. I'm on the last ridge. And like I said, that property has 2 mailing addresses, also has 2 taxes that we pay on it.
You know, we've had cases like this before where people come in and their acreage is like 4.5 and things like that. And I know sometimes we downgrade a little bit to A1A. I don't have a problem actually reducing this to A1A. I just don't. I think it would just take care of it, so I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
A motion by Mr. Davis to approve, a second by Commissioner Casabon.
I still have a question.
Oh, definitely. Commissioner Willie?
Yes. What I'm looking at, is it 2 separate parcels already?
No.
Because I'm looking at Lot 12A and Lot 12B.
That's how it was drawn up for the survey purpose, because in order to do it.
Proposed, this is proposed.
Proposed survey. The
How do you
survey
want
was
it?
done. Unfortunately, I didn't know enough about the system when I first started this motion, and that's the way that they drew it up, and then I went down to Coop Drive to do, and I was told it has to be 5 or 5, and I couldn't make the 5. I couldn't cut, without the property looking like piecemeal. And this is how the surveyor divided it up so that it was kind of uniform.
Yeah. Now, Helen, I've got a question of staff. So basically, she just wanted to rezone just part of that one lot.
Yes.
That's there. Now, Marywood is a A1 subdivision. Do they have to do anything about a plat change or anything? Or no? Because it's part of the subdivision.
Is it so old that we had plats? I mean.
It's got a plat. I live
You've
in
got
it.
the covenant?
Yeah.
I know you live in it. But this is, I
I'm
think,
real familiar with it. you
yeah.
know.
This is the back part that,
Yeah, where it
that
goes
got
that
came
J.L.
by
Galloway
Galloway
Road.
Road. This is an unusual old subdivision, and it,
Built in the 60s.
yeah.
Do they have to
No,
do a
I
plat change? or
don't think
anything?
it's gonna have to be replatted, it's just gonna be a resub.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
Yes,
I'm fine.
she's
Fine with
spoken
it.
with Mr.
It's an odd case, because
Keller.
they usually don't rezone in Marywood. I don't know of any other rezonings. But,
Well, the only reason why I didn't have a problem was because of that second entrance, that more people, there's other people that really live behind that subdivision that uses Galloway Road, and so.
Commissioner Matthews?
I just want to say one thing, Ms. Fox, thank you very much for coming and explaining this. Too many times.
My pleasure.
We have motions like this that we don't have any explanation. Yours is a very reasonable, very plausible explanation, and I concur with the motion to approve it.
and Helen, also, this Council District 3 instead of 6.
Is there any further discussion from the commission? We have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
ZC 15-04-030, existing zoning, A2 Suburban District, proposed zoning, A2 Suburban District and Manufactured Housing Overlay. The parcel is 1.33 acres. The petitioner, Parish Council by motion, February 5th, 2015. The parcel is located on the north side of Little Fawn Run, north of Choctaw Drive, being Lot 39, Square 7, Choctaw Springs, Addition Number 1, Ward 7, District 7. Staff?
The 2025 Future Land Use Plan calls for the area to be developed with residential uses, including mobile homes. Staff does not object to the requested rezoning change, considering there are several mobile homes in the vicinity. Staff recommends approval.
The owner is Ronald and Lynn Grice. Yeah, would you care to come to the podium and tell us why you would like this?
Me and my wife moved away for
If you would come to the podium, sir, so everyone can hear you. Thank you.
Me and my wife moved out of St. Tammany for 2 years, and it didn't work out, so we're trying to move back. This is the most economical and expedient way to get us into a house on our property. So that's why we're doing it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak in favor of this? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I own the property
If you would
adjacent.
state your name, we have three
My name is Kevin Joseph Kleber.
Thank you, Mr. Kleber.
I live on the property adjacent to the property that just Mr. Ron and Miss Lynn just bought. When we moved into that area 14 years ago, it had to be disclosed by a realtor that no new mobile homes would be put in this area. It says there are other mobile homes in the area. The one that I know of is over 25 years old, and they were grandfathered in. There's a lot of people buying back there and developing, you know, and it's really turning into a nice subdivision. Everything back there is nice, beautiful brick homes, and I've lived there 14 years, and there has been no new mobile homes back there. There's been no mobile homes, and Mr. Davis, you stated earlier, when they were talking about the winery, you know, why change zoning for one person? You know, and I'm here to go against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Alan Beal, I live at 26077 Little Fawn Street, right next to Kevin. The area is known as Choctaw Springs, and I moved there in 2006, right after Katrina. Since I've been there, we've had 6 new homes built there. 2 of those were manufactured homes. I don't quite understand what's going on here. There's manufactured homes, to me. Well, the 2 that were put in are pretty nice, but then there's also trailers, like a shotgun trailer. Well, since I've been living here since 2006, we've had 2 of those destroyed, which was pretty good, the shotgun type. I don't know what he's applying for, but if it's just a shotgun trailer, I'm against it. It'll just lower our values. The neighborhood, like Kevin said, is coming up. It's not going down. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would wish to speak in opposition?
My name is Elizabeth Arriaza. I've been living there for 25 years. I raised 2 kids there. I live by myself now, but everybody's building houses, and there are 2-3 trailers there are been longer than I've been there. So I just wish don't see any more trailers around. Across the street from my house, a gentleman just across the lake bought 7 acres. He introduced to myself and everybody else around, and he's building a beautiful house there in 7 acres. So I hope being build more houses, but no more trailers. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition? If not, Mr. Grice, would you care to rebut?
They just put a modular home, which is identical to a manufactured home, except for a few structural designs. It looks exactly like the same home I'm going to put on my property. I mean, I'm talking about not even a month ago it went in this neighborhood. Plus, before I did this, I talked to Mr. Fleabear, and he told me that he didn't think there would be a problem. And he never came back to me and said that there was going to be a problem. He lives right next door, I know. I went and asked everybody who could see my property and see my house, and nobody had a problem with it. And that's the reason I went ahead with this. But like I said, they just put a modular home two streets over less than a month ago. So I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm on a fixed income.
Would you care to rebut?
When Mr. Bryce came to me with the incident he's talking about, he had asked me, you know, what they were wanting to put a mobile home there. They couldn't afford a modular home. They want to get their life started. And I told him, I said, you know, I don't know. I said, that's not a decision I'm going to make right here on the spot out in the driveway. That's something I need to discuss with my wife. And upon further discussion with her, we decided that we were against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? If not, I'll close it to the public and bring it to the commission. Commissioner Davis.
Well, I appreciate everybody's input on this. With this mobile home overlay or manufactured housing overlay, actually, not mobile homes, I believe everybody has a picture of what they think a mobile home is. There's a lot more requirements now that by St. Tammany Parish, including skirting and such like that. You know, we've had these situations before where, yeah, people might have had some old trailers they came in and moved, and of course next to a stick-built house, and of course it doesn't look appropriate and stuff like that. But with all the new regulations and stuff on how the parish has to protect and make sure that everything has to be perfect, right? And I think that's why our planning commission has made a motion to approve. Is that correct, Alan? Or the staff, excuse me. Right? As long as they follow all as long as the manufactured housing overlay requirements, then it's going to be fine.
Yes.
If they don't, that's when the individuals from the public can come in and we get code enforcement. That's just how the process works. But to deny a person to have a home, regardless whether it's manufactured or stick-built or brick-built, is something that's a very touchy situation. With that being said, I'll have to agree with the planning department and make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Davis to approve, second by Commissioner Matthews. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I ask for a vote. Motion for approval carries. ZC 15-04-031, existing zoning, NC4 Neighborhood Industrial District, proposed zoning, PF1 Public Facilities District, HC1 Highway Commercial District, and HC2 Highway Commercial District. The parcel, 11.68 acres. The petitioner, Parish Council by motion, February 5th, 2015. Parcel is located on the east side of Louisiana Highway 59, north of Grand Maison Boulevard, west of Fontainebleau Schools, Ward 4, District 5. Staff?
The study particularly focused on identifying the existing land use and zoning classification along this particular section of Highway 59, and it also addresses the potential and necessary changes of zoning classification to allow the existing use to be conformed to the appropriate zoning district, and also to allow for a wider variety of uses within the existing commercial building and undeveloped site along the east side of Highway 59. And as you can see on the chart here below, in each area, we've listed some of the land uses, and we're recommending in Area 1 to change the zoning from NC4 to HC2, in Area 2 from NC4 to HC1, in Area 3 from NC4 to PF1, and basically would create, the NC4 to PF1 would create a transition and a buffer between the abutting commercial uses to the north and the entrance to the residential subdivision of Grand Maison. And at this time, staff would like to recommend approval of this requested zoning change.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak? We have a speaker card by David Duvan. If you would approach the podium, please.
Good evening. Thank the board for allowing us to speak. I represent one of the parcel landowners of this, and we'd just like to affirm and concur with staff requirements and the council requirements to go ahead and change the zoning to the HC2. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Mr. Hernandez.
Carlo Hernandez. You know, this is a fairly dramatic increase in density here for these pieces here. They're all zoned right now, neighborhood commercial 4. All but one of the uses are permitted within NC4. And yet they're changing it. And I'm curious as to the 11.6, is it 11.68 acres, as to how much of that is HC2, which is the vast majority of the acreage. A smaller piece, a much smaller piece is HC1, and then the PF1, which is recommended. Now, the PF1 is recommended because of apparently the church facility, which again is permitted within NC4 up to 12,500 square feet at a base, and up to 15,000 square feet with a mezzanine area included on there. So I don't know what the square footage is for the PF, but the PF1 is the least objectionable. Now going from NC4 to HC2 is a dramatic difference right next to Fontainebleau High School and junior high school, Fontainebleau Junior High School. And if I could, it's interesting, and I'll read HC2 permitted uses: banks and financial institutions greater than 3,000 square feet. Now, that's the one use that I'm aware of that is not a permitted use under the others. And I think the reason is because a mistake was made, I think, early. Because, and I'm not the first person to point this out to the commission, is I believe, and I'm guessing it should have been under HC1, there should have been something that said banks and institutions less than 3,000 square feet. But there isn't such a thing anywhere. So it's curious. So if it's, and let me tell you, that bank is less than 3,000 square feet. Let me tell you that. If anyone who goes by there, it is much less than that. So I'm curious as to how is this going to conform then? If you change it to HC2, the bank is much less than 3,000 square feet. Non-conforming? Okay. So drive-in restaurants, I think that's the key. Drive-in restaurants, I think, is the key here, having right next to the schools here. There is a drive-in restaurant not far from here. I won't name it, but it is very popular and gets lots of business. Liquor stores. There's a liquor store right next to the school. There's a liquor store under NC4. Why? I assume it was grandfathered in from before the school was there. There is a liquor store there already. Clubs, lodges, fraternal and religious institutions, veterinary are approved under NC4 also. Commercial kennels, now that's not approved, but apparently we can now have commercial kennels here on their automotive repair, automotive sales, outdoor retail. There's just a bunch of uses now, which I believe, and back in the day when I was here, and many of you were still here, under the comprehensive rezoning, where we thought NC4 was the proper zoning for this because it was right next to Fontainebleau High School and Fontainebleau Junior High School. And so, and now to have this type of dramatic increase in the uses and in the square footage is going to go from HC2 to 40,000 square feet. I mean, from 40,000 square feet from where it is now. And then HC1 is 20,000 square feet. Again, another increase. So, I would just simply hope that you all really think seriously about this. And is this the kind of dramatic increase we want to see along Highway 59? Yes, there are a lot of people passing Highway 59, and there are a lot of uses right there. I think there might be one or maybe one vacancy in the plan. There are turnovers in there because apparently, I don't know, there's so much traffic in there that people, I don't know. But let me tell you, those of us who have frequented the place many times in there are familiar with it, and I would hope that you all would stay with the neighborhood commercial. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to oppose? Rebuttal. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hernandez would look at the chart. PF1 is not next to HC2, it's next to HC1. The staff recommendations recommend that the zoning be passed to bring existing buildings into conformance. Secondly, this property is immediately adjacent across the street to HC2 already. Fourth, this is basically merely a correction. This property, some of this property was also rezoned back in 2000, 2002. It got zoned to HC status back then, and this is just merely a correction. So, again, we concur with staff and council recommendations to just merely correct what was an error made by the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, care to rebut?
Thank you. I'm certainly not aware that it was a mistake that was made on here. I thought it was a deliberate attempt on the commission and the council. The council all voted for this NC4 designation. And, you know, to now say that it was, you know, it's amazing to me that I guess my memory does not recall this. And I stand to be corrected if I am wrong on this, but certainly what I do remember is the NC4 designation being there for this, and I would hope that you all would stay with the NC4. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment from the public? Seeing none, I close it to the public and I bring it to the commission. Commissioner Kazamon.
Yes, am I on? Yeah. Staff, who exactly did this study? The council requested this study?
It was requested by the councilman of the area.
Okay, and are the property owners notified again that we're in the process of changing their existing zoning?
The property owners were not notified in the same manner as other cases we have spoken about earlier. And the reason is because state law, and I can refer to legal counsel, it exceeds a certain number of owners, and it does not require that we send a letter to each property owner.
Was it advertised as we normally do?
Yes.
And they had a chance
Absolutely.
It's such a large change here.
It was
I understand
advertised
the need, and I
and posted.
understand, but I just want to understand the process that y'all went through, that, you know, that they are aware of what has been done and stuff. So in that case, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Kazabon to approve, a second by Commissioner Richard. Commissioner Matthews.
I just want to say that this piece of property is probably one of the most areas that cries out for a change like this. Neighborhood commercial generally is considered adjacent to some neighborhoods. This is adjacent to a school. It's across the street from highway commercial. This clearly is a highway commercial corridor through here, and everything north of Grand Mason up to I-12 is clearly going heavily commercial. This is going to be one of the highly commercialized areas in the parish. I understand the area directly across the street from this is going to be redeveloped into a very large commercial piece of property. This is something I think we need to do.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes, Helen. If I recall, before we rezoned all this, those properties were all commercial. Weren't they C1 and C2?
Some were C1,
think-
C2, some were
Yeah.
LC. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Matthews?
Ms. Casamon, you were asking about the notification. Each one of these pieces of property had a sign placed in their front yard. Yeah, no, yes, and I understand that. That's why I'm stating it. They weren't all necessarily sent a letter, but each one had a sign in their front yard. They didn't place one sign or two signs on here. It looks like confetti going down Highway 59. There are so many yellow signs. So they were all notified.
Thank you. Any further discussion by the commission? We have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote. The motion carries. ZC 15-04-032, existing zoning A4 Single Family Residential District, proposed zoning AT1 Animal Training Housing District. The parcel 2.152 acres. The petitioner Tori and Blaze Guidry. The owner Tori and Blaze Guidry. The parcel is located on the north side of Herwig Bluff Road, east of Herwig Bluff being 41449 Herwig Bluff Road, Slidell, Ward 8, District 9. Staff?
The 2025 future land use plan calls for the area to be developed with residential uses and may also include agricultural and open space uses. The requested zoning change to AT1 would allow for the property to be developed with horse riding, animal training, commercial stables, and commercial kennels. Note that a zoning change request to AT was previously submitted for 4.46 acre portion of the same property in 2014. The request was approved by the Zoning Commission and then appealed to the Council. The Council approved the zoning change request, however, it was amended and approved for a separate 2.152 acre portion of the same property. The objective of the 2.152 acre property zoning change request to AT1 is to allow for the proper notice and publication in the official journal of the parish as requested under Section 3.0201 of the Unified Development Code. Staff recommends request AT1 designation be approved.
Thank you. Mr. Hand, please comment as counsel.
This, what staff said was absolutely correct. Initially, when this came before you, it was for approximately 4.46 acres. The legal description that was given at that time, and it was advertised at, was approved at the commission level. However, when it got to the council level, it was appealed to the council level, the property that was requested to be rezoned was 2.152 acres. It was reduced down. It contained a part of, but not entirely the entire parcel that was requested to be rezoned. Therefore, there was a technicality that request had to go back here to the commission, have it re-advertised as 2.152 acres and presented to this commission to be voted on. At the same time, at the council level, when the council approved the 2.152 acres to be approved as AT1, they also referred to staff a recommendation for the development of an AT2 zoning classification. That's been worked on. However, at the last staff meeting that we had, it was decided that it would be AT1 would be looked at to be amended to add some various provisions in it that may address certain concerns that came up with this property. The petitioner here, Ms. Torrey, decided that she did not want to wait. I mean, this case is going on now for, I guess, 4 or 5 months. She didn't want to wait any longer as far as the development of that additional wording in AT1, and she wanted to proceed to go ahead and request the AT1 that the council had originally given her.
We now open it to the public. Ms. Guidry, would you care to comment?
Just to clarify, it's been almost a year. It was last March, I think, when I started. But good evening. As we know, this has already been heard through everybody. It was just a confusion. The councilman had asked me to minimize my 4.46 to the 2.152. I got a new survey. I submitted it. I presented it. I followed everything. It was approved. It was a little glitch in, I guess, when it went back to the parish, it was supposed to be re-advertised as to the proper portion. So it is a little confusing as to what went on. I just ask that you please follow, your previous approval to this. I already do have all of this there. So again, it's not like I'm, the way it kind of read in the beginning, what you can do there. I do have horses. I do have a barn. The new 2.152 acre, the property is almost a driveway and the setbacks are about 15 feet. I would never be able to build along that. The reason they wanted me to do this was to, they had opposition that people were concerned I was going to build more buildings. I cannot build anything into the size of what is now going to be the new 2.152 acres. As y'all are here in front of me, I've followed all parish procedures. I've done everything asked of me, including a compromise, and I've been dealing with it for over a year. It has cost me double because I had to pay to come back here. It's triple the time because of a simple oversight. I just please ask you to accept it or agree to the way you did before. I only have one thing that I'm trying to do here, and is it to offer riding lessons, therapeutic riding lessons and stables, in which, again, I have an 8-stall barn. I have 7 horses now, actually. That's grown since I was here last time. I have 1 available stall, too, if I would rent, so it's not a business. It's just more of a hobby that I'm trying to do. And I have been presented by some people, a lot of negativity. People are taking pictures of my children. I've called the police, just riding their scooters. We've had people come to me trying to set me up, offering me cash to rent stalls. So my integrity has been pressed on this, and I have tried to do the best that I can, and I ask that y'all please assist in just getting this to move forward with the AT1 and not AT2 and not AT1 amended and all that. There's no way to take out the word commercial, and I understand their concerns, but if you take $1 for a lesson or if you rent a stall, it's commercial. So if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. I'll save rebuttal.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public who wishes to speak in favor of? If not, anyone in opposition? Mr. Toledano?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my name is Rickard Toledano, for the record. I represent various members of that community on Hurd Bluff Road, including the Bluffs Homeowners Association. This matter already has a record, as Ms. Guidry mentioned to you. I did not have the pleasure of appearing before you previously. The people that opposed it were unrepresented at that time, and this is the first time I've had a chance to oppose. And again, although there is a record in this case, out of an abundance of caution, I would like to submit to you tonight a duplicate of that record so that it will be memorialized in this part of their opposition. And I'll just call it off as what I've provided is a definition of AT2, AT1 that you can refer to very easily. Ms. Guidry's stated purpose that she reiterated today, this evening, a petition opposing it, a resolution of the Homeowners Association, and various photographs that exemplify what the neighborhood looks like. And if I will, I could just pass that to your clerk and ask that she pass that throughout the council. And again, the record is already there in terms of these things. This, I think, is somewhat classic in terms of
the issues that we deal with in planning and zoning. And I didn't write down word for word what Ms. Casabon said, but what she said is exactly the case here tonight. Ms. Casabon said to a nice gentleman that was appearing to have his property rezoned, we can't just look at your intended use. We have to look at what is allowable. That is exactly what I believe is the fair and correct argument and the standard by which we are governed by in this group. Ms. Guidry is proposing to ask you to rezone a residential area to an area to allow, I quote, large-scale animal-related functions to minimize the conflict with residential uses. Now, we all know where the large-scale residential, animal-related functions are. We all know where they are. They're in Mr. Willie's district. They're in other outlying areas. They're in far reaches of our community. They're beautiful and they're large scale. But here's where they're not. They're not next to the Bluffs subdivision, a beautiful subdivision in St. Tammany Parish, a very beautiful area. I have pictures that are being passed before you. Most of you know what the Bluffs look like. They're not next to old estate-type homes on Herwood Bluffs Road, a dead-end small road. They're never there. And the reason why they're not there is because they do not belong there. And in due respect to your wonderful staff, they say the 2025 future land use plan calls for this area to be developed with residential uses and may include agriculture and open space uses. Now, mind you, what you have before you tonight is Ms. Guidry, in a very nice presentation, says, well, it's only going to be 2.1 acres. But the answer is, that means it'll be more intense, because you cannot look at the admirable intention of Ms. Guidry, of what she handed out at some point in time along the way, and perhaps to your commission earlier. I am not building a commercial development as stated by the opposers. I cannot negatively affect property values because I'm changing the zoning on paper. Well, the answer to that is, that's absolutely incorrect. If you zone a piece of property that is obtuse to the area, you are negatively affecting the property. And in all due respect, you all are experts, so I don't have to tell you that. I'm saying that for the record. The second part is, I couldn't think of a nicer thing to say equine therapy. That sounds great. But as Ms. Casabon said before, you can't make a decision based upon an intended use. You have to make a decision based upon an allowable use. So the people that I represent, many in number, and the beautiful homeowners group of the Bluffs, say this does not fit here, period, end of discussion. It doesn't fit. Now, as Mr. Hand pointed out, there's an ongoing effort to perhaps amend AT1. There was a discussion at one time to make an AT2 designation. In concept, what we were hearing talked about there sounded reasonable, meaning that AT2 would not allow, for instance, kennels. Picture your home in the Bluffs and a kennel across the road, which, by the way, as a narrow road, doesn't lend itself to any kind of commercial traffic in the first place. It's sort of like, I live on Three Rivers Road. It's sort of like that. It doesn't allow itself to have commercial. Well, it just doesn't fit. So AT2 might have been a compromise solution. However, it might not ultimately come to pass. So alternatively, and only as an alternative, because first I'm asking you to deny this, in all due respect to Ms. Guidry's
presentation, but alternatively, certainly table the matter tonight, and at least let's massage this possible change. Because what is put there tonight, there is no way in this heaven that it fits on Herwood Bluff Road, which, by the way, most of y'all might know that, is a dead-end road. It's a dead-end road, so it can't be Miss Guidry might own this property for 2 years and sell it in 2.5 years. And the next guy that comes in says, oh, this is a great place to locate a big old dog kennel. Oh, better yet, I think I'm going to have a boarding stable. None of those things fit or compatible to this. I respectfully submit to you that that is the standard by which we are governed by in this parish, and it's a good standard, and it does protect property values. I would offer, as a part of the record, as a matter of formality, Mr. Chairman, although already in the record as a continuing zoning case, the packet that I passed around to include those things that I've called off. And please, if you will, consider this matter. It's not a corrective action. It comes before you because something didn't get done right. And I say to you, thanks heaven it wasn't, because unfortunately we had to file a lawsuit for judicial review in this case. However, that case remains pending, and it can be solved here tonight by you, ladies and gentlemen, by denying this. And then, again, for purposes of the record, alternatively tabling it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have about 1.5 minutes remaining for anyone who would like to speak against. Hearing none, we will go into rebuttals. Ms. Guidry.
Quickly, a couple of comments. As far as the Bluffs, I am not in the Bluffs, homeowners. I'm not in the Bluffs. I am across the street. The dead end is beyond me. They have to pass me to get to their historic homes. I have people coming to me constantly how beautiful my horses are, my pasture. There are 6 homes right now being constructed in the Bluffs. Therefore, I couldn't have prevented them from building in that area. He's saying to massage change and things like that could have been done. I have never been contacted in over a year to sit down with anybody from the opposition. This is just getting tabled and postponed, and it's got to end. You know, it's either yes or no. That's all I asked for. I asked for that the last time, and then, you know, they created a lawsuit. As far as the Bluffs, they do have a new president. I have spoken with them. He has contacted Toledano to remove them from the I'm going to only say this from what I was told, but I will not speak it as, I cannot, I guess, say it for them. What I was told, that he said we had already had an agreement that there was no reason for them to withdraw from the lawsuit. So I do think that the Bluffs will be removed from the pending lawsuit, so there will be only 3 opposing neighbors that have their own acreage beyond me. I do have 6.5 acres. I'm asking to rezone 2.152. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Toledano?
Just for the record, the president of the Homeowners Association knows I'm here tonight and told me to proceed, so lest it not be misunderstood who we are representing tonight. But that really begs the question that I spoke about, and I won't be repetitive, but simply say to you that this case is one classically, as Ms. Casterborn defined before, where this is a well-intended use, but it's in the wrong place, and you can't judge it by that. You have to judge it by allowable uses. You gentlemen and Ms. Casterborn know that so very well. I hate to even repeat it, but I'm duty-bound to do so. I'm asking you to reject it, or in the alternative, again, repeating myself, to table it tonight. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. This time, I'll close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Dougherty.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Toledano, you indicated that there was no other stables in that area that were right abutting residential, and maybe you're not familiar with it, but there is a large stable abutting residential very near to Herwick Bluff. It's Lewis Stables. It's a very large stable, been there for years and years. And I want to say probably 3 to 4 years ago, they added high cotton kennels. So it's there, it's probably within 1,000 feet of my residence. Never hear any problems, never hear any people talk bad about Bobby. He's done a good job in maintaining. So, you know, what I'm getting down to is it would be appropriate for Ms. Guidry to have this zone. Thank you.
Commissioner Matthews?
It appears tonight again that the big problem is the kennels, that it was the last, I don't know, half a dozen times it's been before us. I thought that there was talk about having a deed restriction on kennels. Is that not correct?
It was we had decided at the last hearing, it was brought up, and they stood up and said kennels is not the problem, it's commercial. I had discussed to do the deed restriction, and it was, at the end of the meeting, I just said, I want to move forward because there is no solution. There is just anything to stop me. I'm not doing kennels. I understand what someone else can do. There is only one building there, so whether it was kennels or horses, it's the fixed statute that's there. Like, I can't, to give a deed restriction to some neighbors down the road that are against me would be the stupidest thing to do to any
Well, but
homeowner.
I believe in the past you had expressed a willingness
Right,
to
and-
possibly do a deed restriction on kennels if that would solve the problem. And if it would, that would be great, but maybe it wouldn't. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, and then it moved forward at that last meeting, and it was kind of going back and forth, and then
Okay,
everybody
I
passed,
remember
accepted
they
it.
said that wasn't the problem again.
Right.
Okay, that's all I had.
Matthews, may I just make a quick comment?
Mr. Taladano, unless a commissioner addresses you?
Yes, sir.
I've had my question answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Casbon?
Yes, the lady, I need to ask her, the 2.5 that you're asking to have rezoned, this is where your barns are?
2.152,
So
yes,
you already
ma'am.
have the barns are
Yes,
built on
yes.
this 2.5?
It's a barn, a round pen, and an arena, and a driveway.
So in my vision, I cannot.
And I have no home next to us.
Well, I can't see tearing down barns to build kennels. I mean, it's like, I think we've done this before where we have eliminated the size of what, you know, she has reduced the size. For the record, the A1, you can put less in it than you can the HC, as you kept quoting me. But this particular zoning, I think she has worked very hard with the neighbors, and it does sound like a situation, they just don't want it there. If she was in part of that subdivision, or that group, she just happens to be on the outside. I think she has worked very hard to make this work and be part of the neighborhood and the community, that I don't have a problem because those barns are already there on that 2.12 acres. I'm gonna make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Casabon to approve, second by Commissioner Dougherty. Commissioner Davis?
Yes, on that same note, we approved this already, 4.46 acres, if everybody recalls, just last year. So I have to agree with Ms. Casabon. I think it's a good idea.
Commissioner Casabon, do you have further questions? None? Any further discussion by the commission? We have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote. Motion carries. ZC 15-04-033, existing zoning.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
ZC 15-04-033, existing zoning, AT1, Animal Training Housing District. Proposed zoning, CB1, Community-Based Facilities District. The parcel, 2.812 acres. The petitioner, Carrie Vicari. The owner, Carrie A. Vicari. The parcel is located on the north side of Voters Road, west of Allen Road, being 850 Voters Road, Slidell, Ward 8, District 14. Staff?
A conditional use permit was originally approved for the site to be developed with a commercial horse stable. The site was later on rezoned to A1 after the comprehensive rezoning to bring the use of the property into compliance with the appropriate zoning. The objective of the request is to allow 2.812 acres to be further developed with some of the permitted use listed under the CB1 zoning district. At this time, staff has no objection to the request and would like to recommend approval.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment? Is Ms. Vakari, would you care to speak on behalf?
I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
This would probably be
Well,
more
yeah,
to...
the commission will get back to you in a moment, okay? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of this change? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I close it to the public. I bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Dougherty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Helen, on the CB1, I'm probably overlooking it, but I don't see a CB1 designation on either attachment that was in our packet.
I did not attach a copy of the CB1. However, I described in the second paragraph what the uses, the permitted uses consist of under the CB1. Hopefully I'm answering your question correctly, sir.
But there's not currently a CB1 on this property, right?
No, no, sir, no.
Okay, that's what I was looking for, was
Okay.
where is it on the property? It's not there yet, okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Randolph.
A motion to approve staff recommendation.
A motion by Commissioner Randolph and a second by Commissioner Dougherty. Commissioner Davis.
Ms. Vakari, can you please come up here for a second? On this 2.812 acres for CB1, what do you propose on doing?
I do children's pony parties, functions, parties, animal-related.
Okay, so it's just part of the animal relations, so you can go ahead and have parties for the kids. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion by the commission? If not, we have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote. Motion carries. ZC 15-04-034, existing zoning A4 single-family residential district and A6 multiple family residential district. The proposed zoning A7 multiple family residential district. The parcel 21.22 acres. The petitioner Mark Salvetti. The owner Marmont Properties LLC. The parcel is located on the south of Brewster Road, east of River Chase Drive, south of Interstate 12, Ward 1, District 1. Staff?
The 2025 Future Land Use Plan calls for the area to be developed as a planned district with single-family residences and conservation areas. Staff does not have any objection to the request considering the location of the site in close proximity to Interstate 12 and to some large existing and proposed commercial developments. The staff recommends request to A7 multifamily residential designation be approved.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak?
Good evening. My name is Mike Bucher with Sterling Properties.
This is Ian Martin with Continental Properties. I'm not going to go too long into what Sterling Properties does. I think most of you all know. I would love to give Ian a chance here momentarily to introduce himself and who Continental Properties is, or who they are. We'd like to introduce the Springs at River Chase, which Ian's going to do. The Springs at River Chase is a 280-unit multifamily market rate project on the easternmost portion of the River Chase community on the Marmont-controlled property, directly across from the interchange of I-12. We are working in collaboration with Continental Properties for the second time. The first would be the Springs at Fremo, which is in the city of Slidell, also in St. Tammany Parish, a very similar project to this. This is market rate, high quality Class A multifamily residential on a portion of the property which is controlled by the control of access by the Federal Highway Administration. So there's no way to access this property from Brewster Road. The access is off a driveway which will be built from the existing River Chase Drive. It makes it a less than ideal site for any type of office or retail use, and we feel the highest and best use for this site is the project which Ian is going to get into. Because we currently have A4 and A6 zoning in place, we need to upzone this to A7 in order to make the 280 units work. A7 would actually enable us to go up to 380 units. We are only proposing to build 280. A7 would also enable us to go up to a height of 60 feet, and we are only proposing to go to a height of 35 feet. This is a two-story product. So with that, I'd like to introduce Ian to talk to you a little bit about the design, placemaking, and planning elements that went into this project, and also to talk about the strong demographic profile that we expect to rent from this project and bring young professionals to the site and make Western St. Tammany Parish more approachable and accessible to them. Thank you.
Ian Martin with Continental Properties. First off, thanks for letting me talk. Thanks for hanging in there this long, so I'll go quick, but obviously happy to answer any questions that you folks might have for the project. As Mike said, this is the second project for Continental Properties in St. Tammany Parish. First project was Fremo Town Center deal. That was a $35.5 million project that we're currently building now. This project would be similar in investment size of about $35 million. So what makes us want to make that investment? We study, like we do in all markets, we go into what makes for a good apartment community. You look at the apartment occupancy in the market right now, it's very high, mid to high 90s. So that's a sign that there's demand, pent-up demand for additional nice market rate units like we propose here. You look at some of the demographic trends that are happening in St. Tammany Parish, and they're very attractive. There's growing population of young professionals. That's our prime renter demographic. There's also a growing population of what we call empty nesters, and that's our second largest rental group. So both those demographic trends make this very attractive for us. Mike mentioned it previously. This is going to be a unique project for St. Tammany Parish, the only one like it being our current one we're building. What makes it unique is it's a townhome design project. So every building is 2 stories. Every unit in the apartment has its own private entrance on the ground floor. So distinguishes us from some of the more typical projects you've seen built, and they've been very successful and they're nice projects. But it does make us different. We don't have any exposed long corridors which tenants have to walk through. We're a gated community, so we control access in and out of the site. It's a sort of resident confidence program that we have at all our communities. You can see from the elevations that we've got here, one of the things we're proud about in addition to the ground floor entrance is we offer units with attached garages. So not just enclosed within the structure, but you can actually pull into your garage, walk directly into your unit. It's another sort of distinguishing characteristic that we offer in this market. We're proud of our articulation and our architectural style. Again, we think it will be unique here. We use only high quality materials. It's all fiber cement board siding, masonry, architectural dormers you can see on some of the elevations. We also built a large clubhouse. The clubhouse houses our leasing staff, Continental, we develop and own these. We also operate all of them. So we don't outsource our management. We do it all in-house. We have on-site management staff. We also have full-time on-site maintenance staff, so they can respond to maintenance requests 24/7. So that sort of summarizes the unique features of the product and what we intend to do here. There's been a couple of people that pointed out in prior matters, and I think I commend everybody for talking about it, and Mike touched on it a little bit, the sort of over-inclusiveness of the A7 zoning. And this is not intended to be a bait and switch where we get a higher intensity use than we intend to develop. We intend to develop this as a 280-unit project with townhome design buildings. So to that end, we have previously met with the AOA, adjoining property owners, adjoining developers about the project. We've offered to do a deed restriction or whatever the proper legal mechanism is to ensure that our project is only no more than 300 units. I'm sorry, I think we agreed to 299 units, 2-story in height, so avoiding the very high 50, 60 feet potential that could be here. So those are the steps we've taken to make sure that we deliver between Sterling and Continental. We deliver the project that you see before you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public who wishes to speak in favor of this? Sandra? Yeah, you're in the other, right? You're going to comment? Comment. Okay.
Thank you. Sandra Slifer, I'm representing the Association of Associations that, yes, the developers did come and present their project to us. Overall, we think that this is a good design. However, we did have concerns about the density that is allowed in A7. That's after the AOA meeting. I did have additional meetings with another adjoining landowner and a developer who's there, that we did propose a set of deed restrictions. Some of them were agreed to by Sterling, some of them were not. So at this point in time, we don't have a deed restriction yet, and that the support of the AOA was based on doing a deed restriction that would limit the density of this development, because we think that A7 is too intense. That one of the concerns we had is that there is an adjoining parcel, and we're just we know that this is only one case, but we were concerned about the parcel that's next to this, and just what it might turn into. There's a residential development that is adjoining this property, and so we do have to take their views into consideration. So based on this, I know that there's going to be other people who do come up and speak to you, but at this point in time, we have the framework for a deal, but we do not yet have a deal with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else care to speak? We have a speaker's card by Janice Wallace.
It was a mistake. I put the wrong number down. Sorry.
Okay. We'll look forward to hearing from you soon. Is there anyone else who wishes? Yes, please state your name.
Thank you, Commission. My name is Matt Bennett. I represent River Club Development and River Club Subdivision. We are just south of Sterling property that is being requested to be rezoned. Our existing zoning is A3. The Sterling property that's just north of us that shares the common boundary line is A4. Just north of that A4 is A6. This A4 between my A3 and their A6 creates that reasonable zoning buffer that is reasonable. The A7, which is a multifamily district, adjacent to and on the same property line as an A3, just doesn't seem to be a conforming arrangement. During comprehensive rezoning, we were in discussions for about 6 weeks before this existing A4 and A6 zoning was accepted in. At that time, it was not suitable to have the A6 next to A3. So I don't see how the A7 would possibly conform today next to an A3. To conclude and keep it short, there is A6 property that they have that is not adjacent to my project's A3. This A6 can be done multifamily. I see no compelling reason to rezone the request. They already have A6 that they can use. I think it makes sense to use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to comment? Would you gentlemen wish to rebut?
Thank you. With all due respect to Ms. Slifer and to Mr. Bennett, we have met with them since the end of January for about the last 2.5 months, and there's no agreement in place with the AOA because there's nothing left for Sterling and Continental to agree to. We have agreed to a deed restriction, limiting the number of units to 299. We have also agreed to a height restriction, limiting the height to 38 feet. We've asked for a little bit of wiggle room in case there's any dormers or architectural elements that we haven't considered yet, but that certainly wouldn't enable us to put on a second story. We have not agreed to any other rezoning which has been requested of the additional Marmont-controlled property. And the reason for that is because today we don't know what we're going to do with it. We're marketing it. There's many people that are interested, different use types from medical office to single family. Right now, the remaining zoning will be A4, A6, and NC2. So if we decide to come back and do any other higher density use types there, we're going to have to come back and stand in front of you and ask for the same zoning request that we're asking for now. So I think what we've agreed to is reasonable for a site which is very locationally challenged in terms of its access in relation to the control of access by the Highway Administration. In response to Mr. Bennett, we have certainly the utmost respect for what they're doing at River Club. I think it's going to be a fantastic community, and I don't want to underscore the relation of our project to theirs, but the closest distance between the back of a property line for us and the back of a property line for them is about 125 feet, and that doesn't include building setbacks. At a minimum, the closest the structures would be is 150 feet, which is half a football field, and that's at the minimum at one pinch point in this corner. The rest of the setbacks are all far greater than that. In addition to that, we actually feel that this is a complementary use type, and I think we've thought through that to a high degree in terms of the move-up approach to a community like this. We've all strived, and Sterling Properties has strived, to create a great balance in the mix of uses at River Chase that allows it to be approachable from many different demographics, for many different types of users, and this is a profile that will live here, has disposable incomes, that will spend that money in the shopping centers, will hopefully work in the offices that we will hopefully build one day and are working hard in order to do that. And when they've made it, so to speak, a couple years or 30 years down the line, will be the same type of user that's buying a home in the River Club. So we do feel that this is complementary, and we feel that the low-profile, two-story townhome nature of the product is the same height as the A4 zoning would have allowed. Obviously a higher density, and we appreciate that, but we still feel like this would be the highest and best use on this site, and certainly complement everything else that's being built out there.
Matt covered. I just want to add a couple of things. It's not just the distance from River Club to where our buildings would be. It's also the nature of that gap. It's a Christwood ditch, which is heavily vegetated at this point. By parish rules, we have to maintain as much of the existing mature trees as possible. There's maintenance issues, of course, to consider on a ditch like that. But again, I think it's important to note that this isn't a flat plain like where I'm from. This is a heavily vegetated gap between the two. The other point I'd like to make is, Mike, grab that. We were pretty careful when we laid out our site plan. If you can see, we faced 3 buildings at the far southern end facing that River Club development. What you'll see there is that we've pulled all of the parking off of the property line on the other side of the buildings to mitigate any traffic noise, any lights that might perhaps get through the vegetation to the River Club development. So we've tried to be conscientious about how we've organized our site plan. As part of our discussions with the AOA, and certainly I would honor this agreement with the Riverbend folks, or River Club folks as well, we think we have nice landscaping. The parish, as part of our final permit approval, is going to get plenty of opportunity to tell us if they like our landscaping or not. We've offered that we will allow the River Club folks or the AOAs, if they think it's necessary, to come on the property and plant more trees. If it's helpful to everybody here, you know, we Sterling and Continental both like to be neighborly about this, and I think we'd offer to increase our landscape budget by, you know, a reasonable amount, $25,000, $30,000, to add additional trees in that buffer, if it would be helpful for the AOA and the River Club. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bennett, care to rebut?
Yeah, you know, I don't deny, and I can appreciate the project that they want to build, and I know it's going to be, it can be a nice project. My concern and my interest still is A7 next to A3. And while they mentioned that there might be some vegetation between the two of us, neither one of us know that, actually. I know we had talked about going to see it, but we don't know that there's any vegetation left. It's a significant ditch, the Christwood ditch. It didn't leave much left behind. But that is what we're looking for, some sort of insulation between our A3, our residential development, and a multifamily apartment complex. Thank you.
Thank you. This time we close it to the public, bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Casabon.
Yes, I'm not here to compare, you know, the development, the two different, the commercial or the developments they're doing, but I disagree with the staff tonight on this issue that we have designated this as a A4 and it's A6, and just to say because it's close to the interstate, I think the 299 units, whatever y'all have decided on, is a little bit too dense, again, for that area. I understand that you have to be able to fit it into your plans, that's why you want the A7. But when we did all this comprehensive rezoning, this particular area we looked at extensively. And what we zoned it, we felt was appropriate. Other developers are complying to that and developing within those, the A3, A4, whatever. And for us to go in and change it to an A7, because this particular development needs it to fit in their buildings. And it looks like it is very tempting. It's absolutely gorgeous. I think it would be great. But it's just the fact that we are changing a zoning to accommodate, and I feel like we've left the other developers hanging because they're going to have to build within the confines of the A3, A4. I think it's just too dense. I'm hearing about the deed restriction and all that. It sounds like stuff going on that we have absolutely no idea about. I think we need more information as a commission to find out exactly what the changes will entail and how it will impact the other area is how I feel. I'll listen to the other commissioners, but I'm either for denial or postponement.
Thank you. Commissioner Lauren?
I took a ride out this afternoon to try to get the perspective in my mind about this development. If those of you have not done that, if you leave the Target shopping center area and you go on Brewster Road to the interstate, if you turn off to the right to where the River Club development is being placed, that's a development that we met on here several months ago and we talked about at length. Personally, I think River Club is going to probably be one of the premier developments in all of St. Tammany Parish. It's got all of the earmarks. It's a beautiful place back on the river with boat access into the backyards. I guess the point I'm trying to make, it's not just a typical subdivision. It's a very, very high-end subdivision. And to right next to it, put anything where you jump from A2 or A3 all the way up to A7, that just seems to be a monumental jump. The Christwood Ditch, when I drove across the bridge that goes back there, right now, it would take more than $25,000. It would take more than $100,000 to put enough landscaping on that ditch to present any kind of a barrier at all. It's just a ditch. It's a big, broad, it's as wide as this room almost. But it's just a big ditch. There's no trees, there's no vegetation. In fairness to the people who have come here before and presented to us the proposal to do River Club and invest the money that they've invested in that place, and then when the game's being played, change the rules, seems unfair to me. And for that reason, I'm like Martha, I'd have to either be for postponing it to get that density down or to deny it, one or the other.
Thank you. Commissioner Matthews?
Yeah, my first question, I was looking at my book here with the code, and Helen, A6, what's the density of A6?
I am pulling it up.
Mine says 1 unit per 4,000 square feet. Is that right?
I'm sorry, the computer is taking its time.
Paper works real good.
Manual
That's a
speeding up the
fact.
technology.
I mean, it's correct, the information you're giving is.
Okay. A7 appears to be 1 unit for 2,500 square feet. And if that's the case, A7 is less dense than A6. That was my question. I'm reading it.
No. No, 1 per 2,500 is more dense than 1 per 4,000. Means you can put something on a smaller parcel.
Okay, I'm reading
Yeah,
backwards.
that's
Okay.
right. Yeah.
Thank you. Terry, you led me astray.
You're thinking
Okay.
square footage. I know what you're, yeah, we're talking.
I read it
land.
backwards, and I got confirmation from my attorney.
That's scary. That's real scary.
Okay. So that's pretty much twice as dense, right? Huh? If I'm now reading it correctly.
Yes.
Thank you, Helen. While the paper's good,
The mind.
the operator's not. Sterling has really done some good things out there in the past, and you really got to commend them for it. First question is, Sterling, you talk about this as market rate property. What do you mean market rate? Is that whatever you can get for it? I mean,
So market rate means, yes, exactly. It's what the market will dictate. And so, you know, by way of example, Brewster Commons, which is across the street and just down a couple hundred yards, is a market rate apartment complex. They have 300 units. The average rents are about $1.25 a square foot. Their average household income is right around $100,000 annually. So that's what market rate is.
okay, but it could fluctuate, go up,
It
go
can
down.
fluctuate
You
and go
could be-
down with the market. That's
Yeah.
absolutely right.
So it could be a whole lot cheaper to get in there in the future, depending on the market.
Yeah, the point of emphasizing market rate is that it's not low income or subsidized housing.
Okay, well, that depends on the market, though, doesn't it?
Not in the specific way that we're talking about it.
Okay. And you said it's going to be gated. Is this a guarded gate or just a card-type gate?
It's a operable car, vehicular, and pedestrian gate where you have like a key card that you wave in front of it. Usually local fire departments weigh in on the precise design.
But that doesn't really keep people out, like a guarded gate.
Well, you can't get in the community unless you have a key. So I guess it does to the extent you don't have a key.
Okay, well, I live in a gated community, and we have that same type of thing, and people tailgate all the time and get in. So it looks nice, and it makes people feel good, but it doesn't really do a lot. This is going to be all rental? There's not going to be any townhomes, ownership, or anything like that?
That's right, it's rental.
Okay. So there's not going to be a homeowners or a association or something like that?
No, there's an association in place that covers the entire River Chase development, of which we will be a part. So there is an association that it requires, certain maintenance requirements and that type of stuff, of which we'll be a part. We won't have a specific association within the apartment community.
Okay, so the renters have no real say as to what goes on?
I'm sorry?
The renters have no say as to what goes on, as a typical homeowners association would. What restrictions were requested by the AOA that you haven't been able to come to agreement with?
I think there's a couple. Mike will give you the more detail. One of them was, I believe, enhanced landscaping along River Chase Drive. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so there were a couple, this has been a little bit of a moving target for us because I do believe that they've changed over the course of the last few weeks, even up to the last 24 hours. We originally agreed to the deed restrictions that I mentioned before on height and density. And then it became zoning that was going to, they essentially asked for us to rezone the remaining Marmont controlled property. This is 80 acres right here, of which is a combination of A4, A6, NC2, NC5, to rezone 600 feet on this side of the property and 600 feet on that side of River Chase Drive to NC2. That's a request that's just a little bit above and beyond what we would be willing to do to compromise the different use types. Like I've said, we've met with medical office users, we've met with single-family home users, we've met with a lot of different types of users for that property, and we wouldn't be willing to compromise. Without a development plan in place, we're not looking to rezone land. It's zoned A4, A6, NC5, and if we have a use type that doesn't conform to that, we'll certainly be right back in front of you asking for it, but we're not willing to do that today. That would be the primary one. I think for the most part, everything else we were amenable to, the deed restrictions, the landscaping. Look, I mean, this area has all been staked out. It's going to be walked within the next week or so by our folks at Sterling and Regan as well. We're going to be able to show that there still exists a good amount of vegetation and trees in those buffer areas, not to mention that the property lines of the River Club don't even come back up to the ditch. In some cases, there's between 25 and 30 feet of buffer in the middle there. We're prepared to be able to address the concern as far as the landscaping goes, maybe even to a higher degree than Ian has represented before, but certainly that's something we would have to talk about. I think really our sticking point right now is just rezoning other land that's not part of this project for a use that we have no idea, because we've already come down that road once. That's why we're here now. And in response,
Okay. You've answered my question. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sandra, do you agree that that's really the only restriction that you all have asked for that they have been able to accommodate?
That they have agreed to a density, yeah, although it seems like there's opposition to that density here at the commission level, that they did agree to a height restriction of 38 feet.
Sandra, what I asked was, is
That
there
it
anything
is-
that you all requested?
It is,
that they
it
have
does
not-
have to do with the landscaping that's there in terms of providing a visual, I don't want to say a barrier, but, that it was, that additional landscaping over and above what is currently there, and we'd also like to see the Christwood ditch renamed to something that perhaps is more appropriate to the area. So we can call it something else, but that it was a matter of landscaping, and that even though it is outside the purview of this commission, there is, I don't think that there's opposition to medical uses, things of that nature. The concern that was brought to them was for additional multifamily housing on that additional acreage.
And that
So-
additional acreage is not
and
what
it's
we
not a
heard
part of,
tonight.
it's not the purview of what you're discussing here this evening, but that was a concern that was expressed regarding this project, that,
Okay, your request basically was for additional landscaping.
additional, in
And if I
terms of
heard
this
correctly,
property here,
they were-
additional
They
landscaping.
were talking about an additional $25,000
That was-
worth of landscaping that they were
And that
talking
was something that was brought up this evening.
Okay. My real concern is, I guess what Pug and Martha are talking about, A7 is awful dense.
It's very dense.
To come right up to A3, that's, we generally don't like to do that. And I'm reluctant to go that far. So that's kind of my.
And we were not willing to go to the full A7 either, which is why we did want those density restrictions. And the only way we can do that is either they meet the density that is in the zoning district, or we have to do a private arrangement through a deed restriction. Those are the only choices that the parish has given us. Thank you.
Commissioner Casabon?
Yes, after listening, I just feel like the bottom line is you're putting an A7 by an A3, and I'm going to make a motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny.
I'll second.
We have a second by Commissioner Matthews. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, again, we have a motion to deny, therefore a yes is a vote to deny, a no would be a vote against that. Please vote. The motion to deny passes. ZC 15-04-035. Proposed zoning, a PUD, Planned Unit Development Overlay. The parcel, 71 acres. The petitioner, Brian Intravia. The owner, Trepanier LLC, and Wanda and Kevin Wagner. The representative, Brian Intravia. The parcel located on the south side of Highway 22, west of Trepanier Road and east of Helen Drive, Ward 1, District 4. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, we would like to request to hear both cases, ZC 150435, ZC 150436 together and vote separately, considering that it's the same parcel of land.
Commissioner
Chairman, I'll
Matthews?
move.
Motion by Commissioner Matthews, second by Commissioner Davis to combine, and again, for clarification, staff will combine for presentation. We will vote on them separately.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's what we would like to suggest.
So we have a motion to combine this for presentation. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Excuse me. Got to get my board straight. Please vote. Motion to combine carries. ZC 15-04-036, existing zoning, A2 Suburban District, and HC1 Highway Commercial District. Proposed zoning, A4 Single Family Residential District. The parcel 71 acres, the petitioner, Brian Intrevilla, the owner, Trepanier LLC, and Wanda and Kevin Wagger, the representative, Brian Intrevilla, the parcel located on the south side of Louisiana Highway 22, west of Trepanier Road, Ward 1, District 4. Staff.
Petitioner is requesting a zoning change to A4 single-family residential as well as a plan unit overlay. The site is proposed to be developed as a single-family residential subdivision of 149 lots. The site is supposed to be accessed from a two-lane boulevard-type entrance from Highway 22. However, considering that the site is directly abutting Trepanier Road, staff feels that a second access should be provided as well. The 2025 future land use plan calls for the site to be developed as a planned district with single-family residences and conservation area. The proposed development meets some of the objectives of the 2025 future land use plan by proposing a residential development. However, staff is concerned by the fact that a large portion of the site is covered with wetlands, and that almost half of the number of the lots are entirely or partially located within wetlands area. For that reason, staff feels that the lower density would be more suitable for the development of the site. So at this time, staff would like to recommend that the request for the PUD as well as the request to rezone the property to A4 be denied, as we just discussed or as stated, and that additional access should be provided from Trepanier Road, and a lower density would be more suitable for the development of the site.
Thank you. Mr. Marone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Marone on behalf of the petitioner this evening. The property, which is about 71 acres, located along the south side of Highway 22 at Trepanier Road, to kind of orient you to where we're talking about in that stretch. This is the property would be immediately behind the existing Dollar General store and behind the library facility, right across the highway from the Liberty Mini Storage and the St. Tammany Parish Hospital Medical Office building that's in that stretch. The access to the site, as you'll see on the plan, is directly off of Highway 22. We have specifically not proposed access to and from Trepanier Road due to what we believe would be sensitivity from some of the people that live along Trepanier Road and their belief that, they would rather us not make that connection. So that's the reason you don't see the connection there. We're proposing the A4 underlying zoning with a PUD overlay, but with a density of just 2.1 units per acre. And for the reasons that I'll go through in a little bit more detail, we would respectfully disagree with the staff's recommendation both on the underlying zoning and on the PUD. We would suggest to you that A4 is appropriate, that the density that we're proposing, the 2.1 units per acre, is very consistent and compatible with the other developments that this commission has approved in this general area, and also that the PUD meets all the requirements of the UDC and is in compliance with what is considered for the 2025 plan in this particular area. Now, I'd like to start by talking about the density in a little bit more detail, and it's important to understand that what we're proposing is 2.1 units per acre, and that is far less than the maximum that is allowed under the A4 zoning. However, unlike it used to be before the UDC, the PUD does not allow you to set your zoning. You have to set it with an underlying zone. So that leaves us with a choice between A3 and A4. And in order to achieve 2.1 units per acre, although it is as low in the A4 scale as you can possibly go, you've got to go to A4 to be able to achieve that. You cannot get to that number with an A3. In fact, you really, using the density calculation that the code requires, you really can't get to anything greater than about a 1.5 or 1.6 unit per acre density with A3. So you may be asking yourself, Paul, why are you asking for A4 if you only want 2.1 units per acre? That's the reason. That's what the code kind of dictates that we do. But that being said, I would suggest to you that both the A4 and the 2 units per acre density are very consistent with what's out there. And I'm going to go through 9 different developments for you. This is just about every development that has been done in this stretch of Highway 22 over about the last 10 years. Pine Creek Acres, immediately across the street, Highway 22, A4. Bell Point, immediately across the street, A4. Grand Oaks, just to the west, A4. Montgomery Terrace, just to the west and adjacent to Grand Oaks, A4. Indian Trace, A4. All of those developments are directly in this stretch of Highway 22 and all are zoned A4. PUDs in the area. Autumn Creek 2, or Spring Haven, as it's known now, 2.3 units per acre, just across the highway. Autumn Creek 1, 1.8 units per acre, but with some commercial not included in that that's out front. Timberlane subdivision, probably the closest to what we're talking about here. It is to our west, it is south of Highway 22, 2.01 units per acre, almost exactly what we're proposing. Villages of Bocage, to our west, 2.5 units per acre. That is just about every development in this stretch in the modern era. All of those are absolutely consistent with what we're proposing today. As for the plan itself, it is 149 lots. Our lots vary in size. We've got some standard lots at 90 by 150, which is a relatively large lot for this type of development, and some garden homes at 45 by 150. So our lot sizes are very consistent with those that are in the area as well. We're also preserving about 30% of the property in green space, which we're using to create large perimeter buffers. As required by the PUD, we're going to have central utilities, but we are not going to have a facility on site. We're going to be able to make the connection to tie into the existing facility at Gust Island. And also, with the PUD, you get additional amenities. In this case, we're proposing a playground, picnic tables, a half-court basketball court, walking trails, and a community vegetable area, garden area. So all of these come with this development. All of these amenities and aspects are consistent with what's out there now. Now, with regards to the wetlands that the staff noted, and in fairness to the staff, when the plan was originally submitted, our consultant was still identifying the wetlands. The plan that has been passed out before you shows an updated version. The only change is the wetlands on the site. Everything else on that plan is what was originally submitted. But what we found with the more detailed analysis of the wetlands is that there are less wetlands on site than we originally had thought. In fact, there's about 10 acres less than we originally thought. And what that results in is there's only about 35% of the lots are impacted by those wetlands. But it's important to understand the nature of the wetlands. First of all, this entire property is in flood zone C. We are not talking about swampland. We are not talking about low-lying areas. What you have here is impounded pocket wetlands. It is a small area, relatively speaking, that is bounded on the north by Highway 22, on the east by Trepanier Road, and on the west by Gust Island subdivision. The result, this area doesn't drain very well. As a result of that, you have these isolated wetlands. Now, we understand that we're going to have to permit those, that we're going to have to go to the Corps of Engineers who has jurisdiction over them. But I want to be clear that there's not the wetlands in the amount that we thought, that they are contained and are pocketed wetlands. They are not marshlands in any way, and that the entire property is flood zone C. So for these reasons, we would respectfully suggest to you that the density, both in the A4 zoning, but more importantly with the 2.1 units per acre that we're proposing in the PUD, are completely compatible with the other developments in the area. We would also suggest to you that our PUD meets all of the requirements of the UDC and sets aside about 30% of the property in green space, primarily in large perimeter buffers. And so with that said, we respectfully disagree with the staff's analysis and with their recommendation. We hope that you will consider the evidence that we've put out before you this evening and that you would consider recommending approval for this underlying zoning of A4, but also for our PUD overlay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. Is there anyone else in the public who wishes to speak in favor of this? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition? Please come to the podium, state your name.
My name's Paula Camp, and we live adjacent to this property that they want to rezone and change and develop. We've been developed to death on the west side of the river. And drainage is not as good as it was because we're developed to death behind us, blocking drainage that was natural before. And as far as the wetlands, and I really like Paul, so I hate to couldn't be so against his project. But it is all wetlands. We own 5 acres that runs along Highway 22 to the south and runs to the back. And like I said, this is going to butt up to the side of our property and behind our neighbors who has about 3 acres. So it's going to change, and everything in that area, right in that immediate area, is suburban. The wetlands is gone because the buffer is gone on the lake from Katrina. So Lake Pontchartrain is now at the High Bridge Canal, and any of you know anywhere out there where that is, that's halfway to Highway 22. So it is, yeah, we zone flood zone C, but when the hurricanes come, they tell us we've got to evacuate because we could have a 35-foot wall of water. Insurance companies say, we won't insure you because you're in a mandatory evacuation area, and we have no levee. So, and we also are running out of wildlife space. I have big woodpeckers in my backyard. I have more coyotes than they do in City Park, New Orleans. Lots of snakes because they're all moving in because there's nowhere else for them to go there. What I'm asking you to do is, and we don't even have central services. Yes, these developments put in their services, but it was federally mandated years ago that everything south of I-12 go to central sewage and water, and that's never been enforced. So now everybody that's been rural, nobody picks us up. We're left to just remain like we were. We don't have cable services. AT&T won't improve their services in our area. So what I'm asking you to do is exhale, and we don't have the infrastructure, and let the infrastructure catch up with the growth that's overgrown. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Ms. Wallace? We got the right case.
Yeah, this is the one. Hi, I'm Janice Wallace. I live on Oak Park, in the Oak Park Estates, and I'm not truly against, I'm not here really to oppose this thing. I just want to state my concerns. As she said, we have been developed to death, and everything west of this development is created great traffic on this highway. And this development, where the sign is placed, I'm not sure where it's going to be developed, but where the signs were placed is right in a curve, a very bad curve that has been the place of numerous fatalities, injuries, accidents, and I fear for the people who are going to live in this development. Anybody coming from the west, they're not doing the speed limit. They're coming from Ponchatoula, they're coming from Timberlane, Indian Trace, villages at Bocage, Grand Oaks, the Terrace, all the people at Gust Island. We used to never have to wait to get out of Oak Park. Now you have to wait for 30 cars. And really, it's a danger for us to come out of Oak Park, going towards Madisonville. And let's not even talk about the bridge. So what I'm here to ask for is for somebody, anybody, to, when thinking about this development, think about putting a red light at Oak Park for the safety of the people who are going to live in this thing. I know it's going to happen, but there's going to be 149 homes. That's possibly 300 cars who are going to be coming in and out of that daily going to work, and their lives are going to be a danger from anyone coming from the west. And that's my only concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak in opposition? If not, we will go to rebuttal. Mr. Marone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of the issues that were raised are really a little bit more appropriately addressed at the planning stage, like the traffic and drainage. But I'll just remind everybody that, of course, if and when this project moves to the planning stage, that there'll have to be a traffic study that will have to study this highway and the intersections at the highway. So before we could build anything, there will be a more in-depth look at the traffic to determine what's appropriate in that area. And that likewise is with drainage as well. We know that we're going to have to meet the drainage requirements if and when we get to the preliminary stage, and we're confident that we'll be able to do that. I think the question tonight is the compatibility of what we're proposing with the development that's in the area. Are we proposing something that is out of character or is inconsistent with what's out there? And I would respectfully suggest that we are not, that what we are proposing is perfectly consistent with what's there. It is almost identically in line with the other developments that have been approved out there over the last 10 years, whether it be straight A4 developments or the PUDs. This is in line with that. This is consistent with that. And it is based on that that we devised the plan and presented it to you this evening. So with that said, with regards to the zoning, I think that what we are proposing merits support. I would respectfully suggest. I recognize and appreciate the concerns of Ms. Camp and Ms. Wallace about some of the planning aspects of this, and we know that we'll have to do our due diligence and have to address those at the planning stages if we're able to proceed to that area. So we would respectfully request that opportunity to be able to get to the planning stage, to get through the zoning stage so we can look at the traffic and drainage in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone care to speak in rebuttal, in opposition? Seeing none. Yes, ma'am.
I asked you to consider your first instinct to deny this at this time, that it's not appropriate. And I also failed to mention, and Paul knows, we got a brand new school a half a mile down the road. We don't get any crossing guard because it doesn't meet the standard of a police guard. We've had numerous incidents there. So more traffic is just going to create more problems and more risks for our kids. And I asked you at this time to consider denying it as you thought you would. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none at this time, I close it to the public and I bring it to the commission. Commissioner Casabon.
Yes, it just, it's so dense. But my biggest concern is the wetlands. Am I reading this right, when the wetlands are facing 22 in the front? So.
Yeah, you've got an impounded area that is in the vast majority of the property. The center of the property is non-wet. The wet is between the center of the property and the front property line along Highway 22.
Well, even if you mitigate and able to build in there, and you've got one entrance coming out, and that should flood. You don't have, and that's a concern, we don't have a second access. Does it go to Trepanier Road, and you own up to that road that you could have an entrance there?
We do own up to the road, and if it were the desire of the commission, You know, we could put an access there, full access or an emergency access. We hadn't because of sensitivity from some of the residents along Trepanier Road, but we own up to the road and we certainly could do that. The point about the wetlands I would make, though, I would hope that you all would distinguish between wetlands and flooding, because there's two different things. All of this property is flood zone C, so it is not within a flood hazard. It is wet primarily because it doesn't drain very well and the vegetation, type of vegetation on the site. So it's not subject to inundation necessarily or flooding. It's that it doesn't drain very well in that front area because of Highway 22 and because of Trepanier Road.
It's like dammed.
Yeah.
It's like it's in the middle.
Correct.
What type of houses are you looking at? Slabs?
Yes. Yes.
That we'd have to meet.
They would be
And
on
that
slabs.
would be more, I just think it's just too many that it takes away more. I know we have others that we have put in the area that, that doesn't have the commercial in there. I just don't think it would be even a very attractive entrance between the two highway commercial places. It would have to be by the dollar store, the entrance in there, in between.
It would be, no, it's not directly, the entrance is not directly at the dollar store.
But
It's
in
beyond
that-
the dollar
it's
store.
beyond, but
Yeah,
in
it's
that
beyond
area,
the
you'd
dollar
have to
store.
pass it and stuff. Paul, I just feel like that the density is too great and the layout in this particular area, I just can't support it at this point. It's the high density. I think that in this particular area, because I know there's other subdivisions, but those are pretty far away that are, but this was designated as single family, so I really concur with the staff report.
Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, Paul, I think, going from the A2 to A4, it's a 100% increase in density. That's a little bit too much. Plus, if you did that, I mean, you have A1 directly below this property. It looks like everything was laid out for a reason. If you look at the property on Ponchatoula Highway, all the way from Perilou, heading west, you got Highway Commercial 2, then it's downgraded to Highway Commercial 1, then it's got NC4. Then starting south of all these, you have A2, which you currently have, and then A1. It seems like it makes sense for like that. To ask for us to go from A2 on underlying zoning to A4 for the PUD just seems a little too intense.
Well, I guess I would just respond to that by saying that in the last 10 years, other than the comprehensive rezoning, no development out there was rezoned to A2. That the A2 was really, in my view, more of a holding pattern because those were areas that had not yet been developed. So the trend of development out there has been at 2 units an acre or greater, either in a PUD or at an A4. And remember, as I said before, at 2 units, 2.1 units per acre, which is what we're proposing, it is basically 2 units an acre, which is very much in line with the A3. The problem is you can't do 2.1 units per acre with A3. You're forced to the A4 because of the way the code works now. So that's unfortunate. I mean, we would much rather be in a position where we were coming in and saying, look, we just want 2.1 units per acre. We don't want anything beyond that. Unfortunately, the code doesn't really allow that at this point. It requires you to make that jump in zoning.
Or like you said earlier, you could request at A3 and we give you 1.5 acres.
About 1.5, that's right. 1.6, depending on the density calculation, that's correct. Which would be completely inconsistent with the other developments that are out there.
Right, okay.
Commissioner Matthews?
Yeah, Paul, you made a statement that I thought was, I'm sure it's true, but it's scary. Boy, this doesn't drain well. That probably is an understatement, because if you say it doesn't drain well, it means it really drains very badly. And if that's the case, there's lots of problems and questions that come up, not the least of which is the second entrance. if it's not draining well and that first entrance floods, then these people are trapped. And we have encouraged, if not required, most of these subdivisions to have a second entrance when it's possible. And yes, some of the people on the other side of the road may not like it, but I think it's a safety matter. And you will probably wind up giving up 1 or 2 lots to do that. And you talked about all of the other subdivisions and the PUDs in the area and what their density was. And just because in the past they've been allowed to be quite dense doesn't mean we need to continue to do that. Once you make a mistake, you can correct it. And I think possibly we were allowing too dense of properties in the past. And maybe we shouldn't do that anymore. And I think the A3 designation instead of the A2 designation would give you a lot more lots than the A2, but not nearly as many as the A4. If the developer does not think he can develop this property with less lots than this, then maybe they need to look at a different development plan. I think it's too many lots for the area, particularly with it not draining well, not having a second entrance, and a lot of problems. So I cannot support that, Paul. I'm sorry.
If I could respond to a couple of those, and one with regards to the access to Trepanier Road. Again, the reason we didn't do it was because of sensitivities. We recognize that the staff has recommended it and the commission seems to want that. If that is the will of the commission, then we don't have any objection to that. There seems to be a great deal of confusion about the wetlands area and equating that to flooding and people being unable to get out. All it means is that the ground is basically flat in that area. It is no different than what is out along Highway 1088. In other words, if we looked at the subdivisions out along 1088, and I'm using that as an example because I know you're very familiar with it, that ground is very flat. That ground all contained wetlands. Doesn't mean that you can't get in and out of the development. It just means that because the water doesn't drain off, it gives rise to a certain type of vegetation, which the Corps of Engineers then comes in and says, we're going to take jurisdiction over that. So that's what we're talking about. We are not talking about a situation where it's not draining and it is, 2 feet of water. I mean, that's not what we're talking about. So I want to be clear for everybody so that there is no confusion about that. There are wetlands there, but the entire property is flood zone C. It is not subject to flooding that would create a problem with people getting in and out of there.
Commissioner Casabon?
What I was referring to, Paul, is, and I know drainage always improves when you put in some of these subdivisions, but Trepanier Road, I know people that live down that road, that their houses are flooded and they can't get out in a normal rainstorm. So I guess I'm equating, if you put more houses and more concrete, what is that going to do? True, for the parish, I don't think ditches have been dug out there in a long time, but I do know, and I have seen, I had a friend that lived down that road and her whole house was flooded, and it wasn't during the hurricane, just one of these heavy rainstorms and stuff. So I do know that area takes on water, and it holds it, and that's where I know about the vegetation, that they go by the different kinds of trees and vegetation growing there, but it's not absorbing that water. So I'm going to make a motion to deny.
This is in regard to ZC 15-04-035. We will vote on these separately. So we have a motion by Commissioner Casabon to deny, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please vote on the motion to deny. The motion to deny passes. ZC 15-04-036. Do we have a motion as well? A motion by Commissioner Willie to deny. Second by Commissioner Matthews. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote on the motion to deny. The motion to deny carries. Thank you. ZC 15-04-037, existing zoning A2 Suburban District and HC1 Highway Commercial District. Proposed zoning A5 Two-Family Residential District. The parcel 23.37 acres. The petitioner Greg Intervia. The owner GBG LLC. The representative Paul Marone. The parcel located on the southwest intersection of Interstate 12 and Louisiana Highway 1085, across from Perilou Road. Ward 1, District 1. Staff?
The 2025 future land use plan calls for the area to be developed as a planned district with single-family residences, including conservation areas. Considering the location of the site directly abutting I-12, staff is not opposed to the requested zoning change. However, in order to meet the objectives of the 2025 future land use plan, staff would suggest that the site be developed as a planned unit development overlay, which would allow the site to be developed in a manner that is more compatible with the surrounding uses and allow for the preservation and the conservation elements of the site. Staff recommends request for A5 designation be approved.
Thank you. Mr. Marone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Marone again on behalf of the petitioner. 23.37 acres. It's a triangular-shaped parcel of ground. It's located along I-12 at Bootlegger Road. It's as you come over the overpass there on the right-hand side. Most of the property is zoned Highway Commercial 1. The property does not abut any existing residences nor any developments that are in the area. Our borders are Highway 1085 on one side, I-12, and then vacant land beyond that. So while there is other commercial in the area, zoning-wise, there's some HC2 across the road and NC4. My client, the owner of the property, really felt like the area was more suited for residential development as opposed to commercial. So in talking with some of the residents out there, particularly in Fox Branch Estates, they felt like this would be a better residential use as opposed to a gas station or a 40,000 square foot building, which the HC1 would allow. And it's really for these reasons that we're requesting the downzoning from the highway commercial to the residential A5. We've met with the councilman on a number of occasions. We're working with him. He expressed a desire for a buffer along the highway. We're committed to a 50-foot no-cut buffer in this stretch as well. Staff suggested that we consider a PUD overlay. That is something that we are not opposed to. We would like to have the underlying zoning set, but we are not opposed to coming back to you with a PUD overlay as suggested and with a plan for your review. So that's not something that we're opposed to, and quite frankly, with the buffers that we're already talking about, that's something that my client is certainly strongly willing to consider and would likely do so. But given that the site is really somewhat isolated in that it doesn't have any direct neighbors, given that it is zoned by and large HC1, which is a heavy commercial zone, we really felt like downzoning it to the A5 residential made sense because this is by and large mostly at this point in time a residential area. So we felt like the downzone was the thing to do. So in this instance, we would respectfully request you concur with your staff as opposed to the last case. And we would respectfully request that you recommend approval to the council of a rezoning from the HC1 and the A2 down to the A5 zoning that was proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the public who would also like to speak in favor of this? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Please approach the podium. We have 2 speaker cards.
Hi, thank you for letting us be here tonight. My name is Kay Career, and I, along with several other people who live on Hano Road, are here because of our concerns with the proposed changes that Paul has mentioned to you. We're not a subdivision, we're rural. Okay, our properties, to give you an idea, are anywhere from 2 to 15 acres. We have horse farms, we have wetlands, we have a stream that begins where this property is that runs all the way into East Beatico and does have flooding issues right now through the wetlands. So we are very concerned that any additional development on the top end up by I-12 is going to just exacerbate the runoff coming into this small creek, which then will make it even harder, which some of my fellow homeowners will mention just in a moment. We're also very concerned about the traffic. I believe when we met with Paul briefly before we came in here tonight, he's talking about anywhere from 80 to 100 homes. That would be approximately 2 vehicles per home, times going in and out, okay? That's going to be 400 approximately times that vehicles are going to be entering and exiting at 2.5 times per day, okay, in this road. And as the bridge comes over I-12 going down, there's no place to put a stop sign. There's no place to put a stoplight. And if any of you have ever been on that road, it is the shortcut between Hannon High School and Highway 22 and all of that development that they're talking around down around Beatico in that area. That's how they get back to the interstate. And even though it's supposed to be 55 miles an hour, I can assure you that trucks and cars pass every day going 80 to 90 miles an hour. We have had issues with wrecks and other things occurring, and if we put this many additional vehicles in this small area on a 2-lane road, we're very concerned it's going to get worse. The other concern that we have is the noise. By taking away all of this vegetation, and where this property is very thickly vegetated, the traffic noise from I-12 is just going to get much worse. And most of us moved out here to live in a rural area to get away from Metairie, okay, and Chalmette and other areas. So we really hate to lose that. I mentioned drainage, they'll talk about that, but overall, we're concerned about property values. If you come back and you put in these type of 2 to 5 developments, okay, the property is going to be valued a heck of a lot less than ours is, and we're very concerned of what that will do. So that's what I have to bring to you. Again, 27 homes, properties in here, and very concerned about what it will do to our neighborhood. Is there a way to go down less than A5? We would certainly be in favor of looking at something like that, to going back to a designation of 1 home per acre, because that's what we are all designated right now. And you have subdivisions on either side. You don't have anything that's like a PUD right now. And I know that it's zoned commercial, but you don't have anything like a PUD in this area. And this opens up to something totally different from the single-family homes that we have on both sides of the interstate, down Peeraloo, down Bootlegger, and down our street also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Would anyone else care to speak in opposition?
Hi, I'm Debbie Flores. Although Kay did a terrific job as to our concerns, my property pretty much backs up from that property from 1085. Although we're not a subdivision, I have the worst problem with drainage. I'm the last house on the road of Hano. I've had the parish come out and come out. Since Beatico Creek, I have nothing but flooding. I put mud on my property every spring, 3, 4, 5 loads every year. I continuously flood. In front of my property to the right, I do have wetlands. It's about 50 by 50. I can't even touch it. I can't imagine the property behind us. I know my husband goes back there at times. There's definitely wetlands back there. There's all kind of wildlife. There's deers, there's rabbits, there's red squirrels. I mean, it's gorgeous. It's just a really, everybody that comes back to our property, like, oh my God, this is a piece of heaven. The last thing I'd like to see coming over that interstate is duplexes or an apartment complex. I mean, this is Madisonville. I mean, to me, Madisonville should be serene, just oak trees, I just can't imagine seeing an apartment complex. I know people have to make a living, but I wouldn't mind seeing houses that are maybe 2 to 3 acres. We have 4 acres. Everybody around us has 4 to 8 acres. Why can't it be something to that effect? Why does it have to be an apartment complex? If I wanted that, I'd stay in Metairie. I'm here 16 years, and I absolutely love Madisonville, and the traffic is horrendous. You're at the red light for morning for school. You're literally there 15 minutes before you can even cross over to 10877. I mean, they made a turnaround by Oshner Boulevard. I can't imagine why, when there's so much traffic at 1077 and 1085. At 5:30, you were sitting at that red light for at least 20 minutes, easily. It's just unbearable. You try to go to back roads, and then there's no in and out ways. There's no way, I mean, you can go to Brewster and try to get out the traffic, but there's no in and out ways. If they put another subdivision on say, 22, where are these people gonna go for traffic? There's no in and out. You got the bridge at Madisonville, it's every 30 minutes, which I love. But it's it's almost it's past the restaurants, like when you're sitting there in the morning. It's like incredible, the traffic, and that's great, taxpaying money, but it just don't suit Madisonville. If you could do 2 to 4 acres and sell it, I don't have a problem with that. But apartments with the drainage, I literally look like a hard rain comes in. I literally sit like a castle, like a malt. I have nothing but water. I have pictures. I've called the parish, and they tell me they can't do nothing about it. But I still have to pay property tax, and that's okay, because I love where I live. But that's how much water I hold, because I'm the last house, and the way the property's graded, it all grades to the back, and I get the brunt of it. This property that's behind, that'll be up front, that'll be behind me, I will get all the brunt of that, me and my neighbor, Stephen. So I appreciate you listening to me, but it's a big concern for me for the traffic, the lights, the drainage is the biggest part, and just the serenity of it all. You know, how many more apartments and how many subdivisions do we really need? I don't know. I mean, how many shopping centers do we need? How many banks do we need? I don't know. They got so many of everything. So, just my concern.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Mr. Marone, care to rebut?
Yes. We're really not talking about 2 to 3 acres versus A5. 2 to 3 acre lots versus A5. We're not talking about, you know, an apartment complex. That's really not what we're talking about here. I mean, the fact of the matter is they're concerned about noise, they're concerned about drainage, they're concerned about traffic. All 3 of those things will be worse if this is developed under HC1. And your drainage requirements are more strict with a residential development than if we go in and do an HC1 development there. There will be buffers and there will be less trees taken down if we do a residential development. And 18 acres of HC1, be it a gas station or something else along those lines, I would respectfully suggest to you would be more intense traffic-wise than what we're proposing. So when we talk about serenity, looking at it and seeing a serene setting, I think we need to be realistic. The property is HC1. If we're not allowed to rezone it, then it's going to still be HC1. And so ultimately, that will be the use one of these days. Ms. Voorhees' property does not abut this property. Haino Road is further down 1085, and it does not abut this tract of land. I believe the downzoning this parcel in this area is consistent. We have worked with the councilman. We have worked with Fox Branch, which is a PUD. To suggest there's no PUDs in the area, Beatico Creek, Fox Branch, and Highland Oaks are 3 PUDs right in this area. So that is absolutely consistent. Fox Branch supports this proposal. Their board authorized me to tell you that. They are just down Highway 1085, and the reason they support this proposal is they don't want the HC1 there. It's that simple. So staff has recommended approval. We're down zoning it. You know, we're not taking A1 property and suggesting to go to A5. It's HC1. You're familiar with 40,000 square foot buildings and those items that are approved and permitted under HC1. This is less intense. This is more compatible. We would rather do this, and we hope you concur with that.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am? Care to? Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. Although my property on Haino Road does not abut what he is talking about, on the other hand, their property, which is on what's called Haino Extension, does turn and go back toward the interstate. And it's our belief, although we have not seen an actual layout of those 23 acres, that that back part of his 23 acres would abut and have drain-off potential and problems for at least two of our homeowners who are here right now, because of the creek that begins up in that area that then runs all the way down to East Beatico. And this will only exacerbate that problem. So that is what our concern is. And we do believe that part of our street or subdivision, we're not a subdivision, but part of our area does abut that property, okay? As far as having PUDs, yes, Paul is absolutely correct. But a PUD of high density, where you're looking at 4 per acre or more, is a lot different than what you have in Beatico Creek, with homes that go anywhere from $250,000 to $1 million. Okay? And I think that's the difference in what our concern is. What we do not want to see occur, if at all possible, is to have something like you have when people get off the bridge on 22 and come from the causeway, where you've got commercial, you've got everything, and then you've got little subdivisions and everything all back in there. That's what we don't want to see this area developed into, and we don't think it's appropriate for a small 2-lane road. As far as Paul's very strategically placed comments about developing the commercial side of it with a gas station and other stuff, you don't have an access into the interstate. You only have a 2-lane road in a residential area. So yes, although that property sometime in the past was zoned as commercial development, there's only one small commercial development in there. Everything around it is homeowners. And we ask you to please consider that as you look at this vote. When we met with Paul outside before we came in, he was saying, you know, well, this is the kind of stuff that we can talk about once it's approved and down the road, okay? We'd like to get this addressed before it's approved, because it's been experienced that once it is approved, it's awfully hard for homeowners to get any kind of concessions at a later time. So we're just asking for you to please consider the neighborhood, consider all of this, with the understanding that we're not fancy attorneys, okay? We're homeowners, we're property taxpayers, and we're voters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul, if you wish to rebut, you have about 1 minute.
Just to be clear, when I said we could talk about this later, it was the planning aspects, which of course we will talk about later if it moves to the planning stages. Their main concerns, or some of their concerns, as they said here, were planning issues like traffic and drainage. So that was my point, and those are issues that will be taken up at a later stage. I think the down zone makes sense. I believe that the down zone is better than the HC1 that's there now. And staff believes so, and so I would respectfully request your consideration of downzoning it to the A5 as we've requested.
Thank you. Any further comments? None. All right. At this time, I'll close it to the public, bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Matthews?
Yeah, while it is a planning function more than a zoning function, the development will require significantly less runoff than it has in the present condition. So your concerns about the runoff to the properties adjacent to it may not be as drastic as you think, because the code requires them to reduce the runoff on the property. And, you know, you talked about how the lovely area, it's very forested, we have a lot of animals through there, and we all would like to have St. Tammany stay as undeveloped as it was when we moved over here. No matter when it was, we moved over here. You know, along Highway 1088, as Paul was talking about before, that's where I live. And gee, I wish it looked like it did 15 years ago. It doesn't. It's not going to. The only way we can do that is if we buy up all the undeveloped acreage and keep it that way. I don't have enough money to do that, and I don't think anybody else does. So the acreage is going to get developed. What we need to do is to see how best to develop it. Do we want highway commercial on this piece of property? That's what it's zoned for now, right, wrong, or indifferent. That's what it's zoned for now. And as far as the fact, oh, well, there's nothing else commercial around there, that's not true. Directly across from, on Bootlegger Road, is Highway Commercial 2, much more intense. There's a little small section here, I don't know what the acreage is, but it's a small section, and it's Highway Commercial 2. Surrounding it is Neighborhood Commercial 4. So this whole corner is heavily commercial. Most of your concerns, of people's concerns, would be exacerbated by all this commercial. And that's what we have today. What Paul's client is looking to do is to say, oh, well, let's change that from Highway Commercial 1 to A5. Is that better than being forested and having no development at all? Well, in a lot of ways it's not, but that's not going to happen. So is the A5 better than the HC1? Is downzoning better than this highway commercial? I got to go along with, I think it is. And I would move to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Matthews to approve, a second by Commissioner Dougherty. Commissioner Martha, nope. Is there any further discussion? We do have a motion to approve and a second. Please vote. Motion to approve passes. ZC 15-04-038, existing zoning A1 Suburban District, proposed zoning A1A Suburban District, the parcel 163.45 acres. The petitioner, order please. The petitioner, Darrell Fussell. The owner, Tammany North Properties LLC, Robert Bruno. The parcel is located at the east of Joyner-Weimer Road, west of Louisiana Highway 1077, Ward 1, District 3. Staff?
The 2025 future land use plan calls for the area to be developed with residential and agricultural uses. Considering that the objectives of the A1 and the A1A zoning districts are similar, staff does not have any objection to the requested zoning change and would like to recommend approval.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Bennett. I am representing the landowner here. And I wanted to come up here real quick, and I will be brief. I know it's late, so I will be as brief as possible. But what I wanted to do is kind of give you an idea of what we're proposing to do here. We want to actually bring back an old concept, kind of what Commissioner Matthews was touched on just a moment ago, saying that we wish that St. Tammany Parish was what it was 15, 20 years ago. That's kind of what we want to do with our subdivision. What we're proposing to do is offer a 53-acre lots to be built on by 50 select people who want to purchase those homes. What that's going to do is allow a lot of green space. It's going to have very nice sewers, very nice roads. Everything's going to be first class. And for the record, we really would like to thank this is really a brain trust with the Brunos, as well as Councilman Thompson, who had his input on this project and really liked the idea of bringing back St. Tammany. I want to say Manaville because I used to live there, but St. Tammany to what it used to be, and really allow nature to be their neighbor. If you have any other questions or anything like that, I'd be happy to answer it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public who wishes to speak in favor of this? Yes, sir. Doctor.
John Martin, Goodby Civic Association. I think that the density on this, the Goodby Civic Association does approve of this. The minimum lot size is 3 acres, and they have people that have bought 10-acre lots there. I'm not sure whether they bought it for resale or what, but I think this is a good situation. And I know it's going to come before planning rather than this, but you've got a problem with the roads that lead to it. Joyner Weiner is 2 cars can pass. Brenham, you can't. You can't pass 2 cars on that road. So we're going to have some problems with it that they're going to have to work out, and I just wanted to put that bug in your ear. But it's a beautiful piece of land. I've walked it, and the idea of having a minimum lot size of 3 acres, I think is very, very fitting, and so does everybody in the Civic Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak in favor? Please come forward, state your name, and if you haven't, fill out a speaker card when you have the chance.
Yes, sir. I'm Robert Hessen, and I'm a neighbor of the development. We have 40 acres that's due south of this property. We have frontage of about 900 feet, almost 1,000 feet. And next to the property, it's a beautiful area. It's all woods and very nice. We love living there. We've been out there for 25 years. We've owned the property over 30 years. And it's just a great place to raise a family, and estate-sized lots there will attract people who will appreciate nature and appreciate where they live. We're in a really kind of like the Golden Triangle. We're close to Archbishop Hannon, Pinnacle Shopping Center, and all those areas. And this, I think this development will do nothing but improve the property and the quality of life for the neighbors there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Jill Larson, and I live on Bayham. I don't really know if I'm for or against. I mean, I agree with the 3 acre or more, but Bayham is so small. Our road is only 14 feet wide, and if someone's coming in one direction, you have to pull over so the other car can pass. And they've started work on Bayham. We don't really have a shoulder. I mean, it's really soft, and if you try to pull over, you sink. We have ditches on both sides. So if you're walking your dog, there's really no place to go if a car is coming both ways. Also drainage, when it rains really heavily, the street does flood in certain areas. So, and also traffic. If there are that many houses back there, it's 160-something acres. Turning onto Bayham from 1077 is just about impossible. And if all of those people are going back and forth, those are my concerns. So thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else care to speak?
How you guys doing? Vaughn McDaniel, I'm a neighbor. We live adjacent to the property as well. There's about 12 of us here tonight that live real close to the property. And I hate to beat you guys with the same stick, but the infrastructure, the road is actually smaller than 14 foot in some areas. Bayham is 12 in the narrowest part of it. So yeah, getting in and out of there, they've actually started construction back there. So getting in and out of there is definitely going to be a major issue for all of us. And obviously we can't stop progress. We're for progress. I mean, you have to grow your tax base. We all understand that. But leaving it A1, we think would be better, especially for the infrastructure which we have. I mean, many of you guys to get off on 1077 at 5 o'clock. I mean, it takes, my longest commute is from the interstate to my house, and it's 2.2 miles. The traffic is that backed up during the day. So adding those 22 more houses is just going to make that worse, especially in our, small little community there. And the second thing I want to talk about is our drainage. Our drainage, basically, to make a long story short, we wear boots, 9 months out of the year. That's how bad it is. And all of our drainage drains that way. And we weren't contacted by the developer before he started. And he's actually affected our drainage already by blocking off a pre-existing ditch and pushing water closer, to us. So we're just afraid with more houses, there's going to be less drainage and, create further problems for us. So that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
And again, I would remind you, if anyone who's speaking, at some point, fill out a speaker's card and provide it to us for the record. Thank you.
My name's Amy Dixon. We live on Wise Road, which is perpendicular to Bayham. Our property connects to Mr. McDaniel, who just spoke, his property, so it directly drains back through Mr. McDaniel's property into the property that is being developed, which is fine. My grandparents built the house in the 70s. They've never had water. The yard floods 6 inches, but immediately drains all the way back. Here's our concern. They have cleared the road and started blocking ditches already without proper permits or permission from the Corps of Engineers. As of Thursday last week, they had expired maps from the Corps saying where the wetlands are in that area. So they've already started doing things incorrectly. And I realize this is part of planning, but the 5-acre plots are better. We have almost 4. Mr. McDaniel has the rest of what was our land. So it's large parcels of land. We're not against development, especially if it is as nice as they say it will be, but they're not doing it correctly already. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
How y'all doing? I'm Mark Wood. First thing I got to say is y'all come out there and put a sign up about this meeting. Y'all put it at the end of a dead-end street so nobody in our neighborhood knew this meeting was existing until we found out about it. Another thing I got to say, just like everybody else, the traffic on 1077 and our road is unbearable. I'm tired of development. I do not want this neighborhood, okay? Our whole neighborhood, the ditches has been full of water for 20 years we've been living there. St. Tammany Parish won't do nothing about it. No matter how many times we call them, y'all don't do nothing, okay? I'm tired of it. Get your act together.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wish to speak? I say no, yes, maybe, no. Rebuttal.
Good evening, Commissioner. I'm Carl Perkins, speaking on behalf of the development. As far as any construction that's been done back there, very minimal. I applied to the parish for a clearing permit. That's 160 acres. If a half an acre has been cleared, that's a lot. No ditches have been blocked. No traffic has been on that street in reference to the construction that we're doing, except for one truck that brought one machine on one day to the back of the site, and there's not been a second truck there yet. No one can notice any construction. There's buffers of at least 300 to 400 feet from any existing neighbor. Nothing has actually been done. Why water's being backed up, I have no idea. It has nothing to do with anything that we've done on that property, not a single thing. And anyone's welcome to come back there and see what's been done. Maybe a half acre to a quarter of acre has been cleared in the very middle of the property, and that's about it because it's been so wet.
Thank you.
Just one quick point as well. I'd like to point out to the commission that there is going to actually be 2 roads that have access to this subdivision. The main access road is going to be Joyner Weiner Road. That road is going to have the main entrance area, and that's where we would expect all of the guests to the residents and mostly the residents to go. Bayham Road is going to be a second access road according to the design that is, we hope to be a lot less used in Joyner Weiner. So I just want to point out that there are 2 access points to this subdivision, and I can think of a lot. I won't bother you with naming them. That, you know, there's most subdivisions that only have one single road in and out, and we're trying to avoid that with this situation. So,
Thank you. Any other rebuttal? Opposition?
Vaughn McDaniel again. Yeah, we actually do have a ditch that's blocked. We do have pictures of it, and it's definitely more than a few acres they did bulldoze. And also wanted to bring up that one of the guys that used to live there, that currently lives right down the street here, said there's also a cemetery on site that was actually bulldozed over as well. So, you know, all we asked for is a little communication back and forth. None of the developers came to us. Their lawyers didn't come to us. We didn't have any kind of information. So just bulldozing started, and the drainage started backing up. The only way we knew it was started, we heard the dozers, and then it rained 2 days later, and we seen the water actually coming the opposite way. And we walked back there and seen it, and did take photographs of it. So just wanted to let you guys know that.
Thank you.
you.
Any further comment? Hearing none, I close it to the public and I bring it back to the commission. Yes, you may.
Guys, thank you for your time. I'm Dustin Dixon. My wife and I moved here a year ago to the piece of property that she aforementioned a second ago. When we first moved here, it was last June, and if you guys remember, there was just this massive amount of rain that happened late May, early June. And so as we're moving in, 30 yards off of our back porch, there's just water. There's water from that point through Mr. McDaniel's land that just sits there. And so our concern is that's just a light storm, a light 3-day storm. With the development and the construction going on, with there being wetlands further back in the woods, what's that going to look like? I think that's our concern and our fear. After it rains, if it rains 2 consecutive days, I have to wait a solid 2 weeks before I cut the grass. Otherwise, my ZTR is getting stuck. And so if we don't have proper drainage in a situation that's already wet, we don't live on a wetland. The wetland's behind us, but it affects us. All that water comes back upward, and if the ditches aren't constructed properly, if we don't have that drainage, that's obviously a concern for us. As far as getting up and down Gale Road, it floods just in a 2-3 day light rain. That road is flooded, and that's close to 1077. Those ditches are always full there. So obviously I think that communicates our fear and our concern is, well, what's that going to do for us if the ditches were open and we're taking on all this water? What's it going to look like as it develops, and are the ditches going to stay open? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any further comment? Yes.
Real quick, I'm Darrell Fassell. I'm very sleepy. As you know, this is zoning, so we don't talk about traffic and drainage. But we have done some preliminary calculations for this development, and we have 9 acres of pond that result in doing the drainage calculations the way that we're enforced to do it. And so that's why it always improves, because we reduce the runoff 25% from the existing, and that just creates a big pond, you know. And in addition, most of the time whenever these developments are put in place, the existing road ditches are graded where they drain, and that helps a lot. And besides that, you have literally miles of ditches that that account for additional storage. So that's why drainage always improves, and I expect it will improve out there when we do this as well.
Thank you. This time, we're going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot tonight about traffic, drainage, all very real issues in St. Tammany Parish. I just need to remind the community here that we're talking about a zoning issue here. Now, zoning will lead to development, which will lead to those issues. But it should be pointed out when we do have development, we do require them to actually improve the drainage. And if we get it right, and we do most of the time, it actually does make a positive impact in the community. The issue of zoning here, I can't think, I mean, we're not being asked to increase huge amounts of density. We're not being asked to go to A4 or what. We're being asked to go to A1A, is that correct? This sounds like a perfect development for a rural area. You're going to have development, but yet you're going to have houses on 3+ acres. And that's the best of both worlds. The negative is the traffic issues, the road issues, the drainage issues, all of which are not related to zoning, and all of which do need to be addressed in this parish. So I don't know how my fellow commissioners feel, but I'm in support of this zoning change, and I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Richard, a second by Commissioner Willie to approve. Commissioner Casabon.
I was just going to concur with that, that I have seen the developments. I do know this area very well, and I have seen it change, water in the ditches and the developments we have put in. But I have seen the same situations after the development is in, like he said, 9 acres. You're going to have somewhere for that water to go, and they have to reduce your property. It has to be a 25% reduction. It cannot go on your property. So believe it or not, by putting this in with the correct drainage, this whole area where y'all are talking about is going to improve. I've seen it.
Are there any further comments or discussion by the commission? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second for approval. Please vote. Motion for approval carries. ZC 15-04-039. We'll wait until the room clears. Bill, it's the council. It's not the public, it's the council. It's Helen's. I'm looking for anybody now. ZC 15-04-039. Existing zoning A2 Suburban District. Proposed zoning CB1 Community-Based Facilities District and Rural Overlay. The parcel 1.327 acres. The petitioner Chuck Hickman. The owner Candace and Chuck Hickman. The parcel is located on south side of Gotaz Road, west of C.S. Owens Road, Ward 1, District 1. Staff?
The 2025 future land use plan calls for the area to be developed with single-family residential uses. Staff has no objection to the request for a rural overlay, considering that the area is rural in nature and developed with a mix of undeveloped land and single-family residences. However, staff is concerned by the intensity of some of the potential uses allowed under the CB1 zoning, considering the rural nature in the area. At this time, staff would like to recommend approval of the rural overlay, however, recommend denial of the CB1 request.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak in favor of? Please approach. And do we have a speaker card?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Darrell O'Mealy, and I'm here to speak in behalf of Candace and Chuck Hickman. Currently, Candace and Chuck Hickman, and Chuck Hickman is here, I'm going to open it up. Candace and Chuck Hickman are currently residents of Madisonville, and their intent was to move from a subdivision into acreage to raise their children. And they found this 10-acre piece on Gladys Road. Their intent is to build their home, and one day I will also move on that piece of property. So it's a 10-acre piece that would have 2 houses on it one day, looking into the long-term future. And currently Chuck is in a business of baseball training facility. He's been having that business for about 5 years. He's currently in a rental space off of Highway 59, and his intent was to attempt to build it on his property. So when he worked with the office, they determined that CB1 could be a usage for this baseball training facility. So currently it has he has no employees, and he currently trains about 15 kids at the most, a team at a time. So it's not a big traffic issue. And so that's the status of the request. So the request is only for 1.27 acres of a 10-acre parcel. The rest would stay residential.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of this change? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition?
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Thaddeus Bayham, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Bayham family. And I've also had several conversations with neighbors and people that live in the area. And the first thing I would like to address, in all respect to the commission here, that we're going to speak of traffic. But this is not a traffic issue. This is a quality of life issue that's brought on by traffic that already exists in that neighborhood. In fact, many people, their driveways are blocked. They can't even exit to go to work or to come home. That's 5 days a week. Currently, that's because of the school. Now, these people have been enduring this for a couple of years now. I grew up in that area. I knew what it was like when I grew up. It's a lot different area right now because of the school and because of people trying to get back in there. Now, I understand that this may be a small operation, but it's going to require a 6,000 square foot building. That don't sound like a small operation to me. Now, if they're going to run a business out of there, now, I know businessmen. I was a businessman myself for many years. And I know if you got potential for growth, you're going to take advantage of that potential for growth. And the potential for growth in a 6,000 square foot building, 40-some feet in the air, is going to be tremendous. And I believe what they're saying. They got a small operation. But I also know that if that operation grows or they have a potential for more profit, I would take advantage of it, and I think they will too. Now, the traffic issue, it's not moving traffic that's the concern. It's traffic that's stopped and staged, blocking all the driveways in that area. This traffic isn't moving, and the people that are picking up their kids, they're wonderful people, but they have total disregard for the people in that neighborhood. They won't let the people out to go to work. And let me tell you another thing in that area, and I've noticed it. These are still good people. But there's an area in Lacombe where I live. There's a stop sign that's probably run more than any other stop sign in the country. This one is second, I can guarantee you. Now, the potential for this, and I'm no lawyer, but I tried to look at this as best as I could, this CB1 thing. It smells commercial. I don't care what it says or what it's in connection to. But it also spells out opportunity for retail. Now, to me, retail means somebody can come in that place and start selling stuff for people that's coming off the street. That would be more than the 15 people that they got right now. The potential for this to grow with this zoning is tremendous. And I believe it will grow, just like the school. Now, what's even more concerning for the people in this community is that this zoning will permit the sale of alcohol. Now, I don't know if they plan to sell alcohol there, but I do know the sale of alcohol in Louisiana is a big business. And I believe anyone that wants potential profit will take advantage of selling alcohol. Now, can you imagine someone on alcohol on those narrow streets with the current congestion that's in there right now? What risk those people in that neighborhood will be subject to? Now, let's take another look at this. They want to zone 1.3 acres or somewhere in that area. They've got 10 acres. That means they've got almost 9 acres for them to hide. The people in that neighborhood are all located in close proximity of Gladys Road. They can't hide. They don't have the depth in their property to get away from it. They got to live with it, just like they're living with what's happening now with the traffic in the school. Now, I was planning on buying the lot next to them, which is the Bayham lot, for my family. And I can buy that lot and I'll have the same advantages they got. It's about 6 acres and I can hide. My concern is for the people in that neighborhood, which some of them are my families. Some of them I grew up with. Some of them are very good friends of mine. Some of them are over 85 years old. Most of them are over 60. Right now, they are very afraid that they cannot get emergency service back there because of the traffic. This will only increase what's happening back there. Now, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but these people in that neighborhood don't have a super association to help them. The only people that can represent those people are you. And they don't have great wealth, great authority. They are stuck. And you can do nothing but increase their misery by putting in a commercial establishment with a great potential for growth. Now, I agree with the staff, and I think they're wonderful in their assessment, but I'd like to take it a little bit further. It has nothing to do with planning, as far as I'm concerned. What it has got to do with the quality of life and the safety of the people that live back there right now. So I would ask this commission to be considerate, represent these people who have no representation, consider their quality of life, consider what's happening to them now and what will happen to them in the future, because it looked like this can turn out to be an open bar. And that's very discerning for them. They are afraid They're scared to operate on the highway at this period of time. So we would ask that you consider denying this request for this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who cares to speak in opposition? If not, you're afforded 5 minutes for rebuttal.
I'd just like to speak on the 6,000 square foot building. That's what I currently operate out of now. And yes, I am a solo act. I'm the only one that is employed. I don't plan on employing other people. The reason for the 6,000 square feet, pitching mount is 60 foot 6 inches. So I've got to at least have that distance and be able as well to have other clients in there using the space as well. My clientele is anywhere from the age of 8 to 18. So as far as selling alcohol, I don't think I'll be doing that. And the hours of operation that we do too is really after school hours, because all our clientele is in school. So anywhere from 4 o'clock till 8 o'clock is our hours of operation. We're never in operation with the same time as school, because we have no clientele at that point. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in rebuttal? Anyone comments in rebuttal for the opposition?
Yes, sir. I'm glad to mention the fact that they're going to be operating at night, which is a very tight-knit neighborhood with small streets, with lights. And I appreciate how they can be so confident that this is not going to affect the neighborhood, to the point that they've already put their lighting poles on the property, which tells me they've been working on it, which tells me that they have really tried to convince many people beforehand of what is going to happen in this thing, without the benefit of anybody else in that community having any type of comment. Thank God I drove by and saw the sign, because the other people were so complacent, and they had conversation with the family and had been misled so much that they were ignoring the sign. In fact, the first time I saw the sign, I ignored it until I decided to check into it and see actually what's going on. And like I said, they may have great intentions, and it's beautiful. They may only have 15 people, but if you're in business, you're looking for growth. And you can't tell me that any businessman is not going to take advantage of potential for growth. That is not going to happen. Money talks. And when people have an opportunity to expand, they will expand. And that's just that's a fact. That's the nature of business, and that's the nature of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
As far as the growth issue, it's a 10-acre piece, and we're only requesting a 1.3-acre rezoning, and that's because that's exactly what fits between the building and the parking and landscaping and 2 driveways. It fits that piece of property, just so we can get, a parking area in the building. It's a pure baseball training facility. It's got batting cages and an area for throwing the ball inside. So it's all an indoor training facility with turf on the floor. So it's a one-man operation. They can have no alcohol because, like you said, it's just children. It's a youth training facility, and the growth is. If we wanted to grow, we would have asked for more land. We don't want to. We want to live rural, adjacent to a baseball training facility. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. You have about 1 minute remaining for a opposition rebuttal.
Yeah, good evening. My name is James Tanner, and I stay right across the street from this property. And before I met these fellows here, it was a lady had came and talked to me and said, "What's going on?" She said, "Well, I'm the principal of the school. I'm gonna buy this place. I'm gonna build me a home here." And then next thing I know, we got a baseball building coming up. You can't hardly drive on our street anyway. It's 2 lanes. Now he's talking about after hours, 4 to 8. This is probably 6 to 7 days a week. We have a quiet neighborhood, residential. And I don't think that you all should let this go through for putting a commercial property in a residential neighborhood. And I would ask you all just consider the people that live there, because, like I said, most of the people that live in this neighborhood are elderly. And at this particular time, we have the crew that's talking about this baseball establishment. They are there every weekend with dirt bikes making noise. You can't hardly hear your TV. And I don't know what else gonna go on after they get in there if you approve this. So we hoping that you deny this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. This time, we're going to close it to the public and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Lauren?
Yes, and I'd like to first address the statement that the gentleman made a minute ago to make sure that you all understand the rules that we have to live by. All of us on the commission have to take an ethics training class. We're prohibited by Louisiana state law from having any contact with any developer, pro or con, about any item that's coming before this commission prior to tonight. Okay? So if anybody's talked to anybody, I want you all to be assured that if anybody has had any conversation, it was not with any of us commissioners. We could go to jail for that. I'm not ready to do that. The main thing I'd like to do is get the commissioners, if you would, to look in your packet and look at the schematic that they've got for this case. I'd like to explain a little bit to you. All right. You see the one where it just has the square that shows Gladys Road? That's the one I'm talking about. Gladys Road, the situation that the gentleman spoke to a minute ago about the traffic, has been an incremental series of decisions that have been made by a lot of people in the parish that have caused them misery. And I'd like to kind of tell you what it's coming from. If you take Gladys Road and you extend it to the right, it T-bones into Highway 1077. All right? If you get on 1077 and come south, you see the C.S. Owens Road on there? C.S. Owens Road, about where the line ends, it makes a right turn and goes up, and it T-bones into 1077 also. Okay, that's a fact. We didn't design that road, but that's the way the road's made. Off of 1077 is Madisonville Elementary School. They're on the south side of that road that makes the turn. The original school was on the south side of that road. because of the growth in the parish in that area, the school board bought property on the north side of C.S. Owens Road. So their campus straddles C.S. Owens Road. You can't have little kids in elementary school walking back and forth across the street with traffic going. So how did they solve that problem? These folks could tell you that from 7 o'clock in the morning or 6:30 in the morning, they put a barricade, a metal barricade across C.S. Owens Road that blocks C.S. Owens Road. All right. Right behind the school, we as a Planning and Zoning Commission approved a subdivision.
You did not. I said no.
And the only way they can get in and get out is they can't go to the right and go to 1077. They've got to go back up. What I'm saying is, you got a mess up there right now. You follow what I'm saying? And it's not because somebody made an evil decision to build that school. Building the school was a good decision. And it was logical when the property across the street became available for expansion. That was the only way they could grow. So there's been a series of decisions that have been made. So now when the parents come to get their kids, guess where they park their cars? On the side of the road, waiting for the schools to get out. They park right in front of their house, and they can't get in, they can't get out in the morning. And the folks that live in that subdivision behind the school, I don't know what they do. They're up the creek. So I want you to have that kind of picture in your mind when you hear some of the problems these folks are talking about. It's not the typical, we got a lot of traffic, okay? And Gladys Road is not built, nor is C.S. Owens Road. They're not built to carry very much traffic to start with, and you throw a few school buses in there and you really got a problem. Okay? I don't know if that helped anybody. I was trying to put it in perspective for you all that maybe are not familiar with that area.
Thank you. Commissioner Casabon?
Yes, Mr. O'Mealy, this is just showing the square here, is showing the 1.32 acres. That's where you wanted to put the facility.
Right, the business is in the front of the 10-acre piece.
All right, he said something about her being the principal. She's principal where?
She is the assistant principal. Candace Hickman is the assistant principal at Madisonville
Madisonville.
Elementary.
So she is willing, she knows how this traffic is every day.
Right.
She knows the people in that area, works with the people, and very dedicated to that area, wanting to buy 10 acres to build her home and her husband to be able to work on site from that school. The traffic is something that I feel like the councilman and the school board need to address. And by the way, this commission did not approve that subdivision. The councilman did, because we filed our, but I wanted the school board to buy the land anyway. I think it's unfair because of the situation that if they're committed to working and putting their heart into that school to be able to buy this 10 acres and be able to live there and their job, right there. The road, the land that you own, would your land be up to C.S. Owens?
No,
it's
there's a
not.
330-foot piece of property that is 600 and something foot deep, or 800 foot deep by 300 and something. So there's a 6-acre piece that borders C.S. Owens and Gladys, which I believe Mr. Bayham is attempting to buy. We are the next piece. We're the second parcel off of C.S. Owens.
And when you're talking about, like you said, expanding the building, you really, if you built this one size building, you could not build anything any bigger. You're doing the 1.3 acres.
Request another zoning,
And you do 15 kids at a time.
Yeah, it's basically, it's about 15 kids.
team?
A team. It's
Like a team at a
Basically, a
time.
team at a time. It's what one man can train, you know.
And they would have to leave by the 8 o'clock, be able to
Yeah,
get in bed, because it's usually weekdays
after
and stuff.
school and then get the kids home. We're
on
not
this.
talking about.
And you're currently doing this now on 59,
Right.
and it seems to be working and stuff. I understand the situation that they have, but I do not believe that this will add to the traffic because of the time that he is working at this time, that it would impede this neighborhood. I think it would be more of an asset because there are more kids that are, you know, around that area that could get, you know, to the facility. You're following all the guidelines for parking, lighting.
Whatever.
I drove by there and I went down that road, and like I said, I'm very familiar with it, and I just saw, like one little portion was cut, looked like bush hogged, you know, it couldn't have been 10 or 15
Yeah.
feet.
We cleared one little spot.
And it
just so we
was
could-
a pole, but it was like a sign was on it. But I don't have a problem with someone wanting to be connected to the community and work right there, you know, at the school. I'm going to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Casabon to approve. Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, I'm familiar with this type of a facility. I was fortunate enough to have my son trained at similar facilities. I just don't see a compelling reason to change the zoning in this community. I think it's notwithstanding the traffic issues and the things that Mr. Lauren just explained to us, and I do appreciate that. You know, for me to make a change or to recommend a change that the staff is having similar questions on, I think there needs to be a compelling reason. I understand the gentleman and the family would like to live and work in the same place, but we have to be cognizant of the neighbors' needs as well, and I just, at this point in time, I don't see enough information here to compel me to vote in favor of it.
Commissioner Matthews.
Yeah, what we're talking about here is CB1. And we're looking at a recreational facility. The facility that the gentleman's talking about is not a recreational facility such as a playground. This is a business, a recreational business. I'm sure he's going to charge people for it. He's going to running it like a business. And we're going to put it right in the middle of a huge A2 residential area. You can call it CB1, but it is going to look more like neighborhood commercial. When it looks like neighborhood commercial and it sounds like neighborhood commercial, it kind of must be neighborhood commercial, even though you call it CB1. I just can't see why we would put, although labeled CB1, a business in the middle of A2. And because of that, I also absolutely cannot support this.
Commissioner Richard.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the rural overlay, and in the same motion, deny the change from A2 to CB1.
No second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Richard to approve the rural overlay and deny the CB1.
Yeah. Why would we approve the rural overlay? Well, I don't see any reason to have a rural overlay if we're not going to allow the CB1. I would much prefer to see denied flat.
I amend my motion to deny.
Dot, are you changing your motion or are you standing by your motion? Oh, okay.
He's amended it.
Well, I would second that.
Okay. Sweet. Yeah. Yeah. No. We will vote on, who seconded Mr. Richard's motion? Lauren, no? Okay, so what we now have is a motion, an amended motion, amending the primary motion to deny both CB1 and the rural overlay. So we will vote on that motion. I will. So right now, we have an amended motion and a second to deny both CB1 and the rural overlay. A yes vote is a vote to deny, a no vote is a no vote is not to deny. So a yes vote is to deny. Please vote. The amended motion passes. We now have a motion that will deny both as the main motion. I'm trying to think for a minute here. Right, just the main motion in essence is now the amended motion. Therefore, a yes vote would deny both the CB1 and the rural overlay, because we had two motions, both seconded. That's why this occurs, okay? So in essence, the main motion is now the amended motion to deny both CB1 and the rural overlay. You have to vote again, because what happens is once a motion is made and seconded, it becomes the motion of the entire commission. The author or the presenter of that motion no longer, under Robert's rules, controls it. Basically, it's the same exact motion we just voted on. So a yes vote will deny it.
Do I need to clear?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for that confusion.
It's okay. No, whoever seconded it. What happened? Okay, Madam Secretary, please clear, and we will revote. All right, please vote. The motion to deny passes. So both CB1 and the rural overlay have been denied. We clear on that? We're good. Okay, you guys are too quick. ZC 15-04-040, existing zoning A2 suburban district, proposed zoning A2 suburban district and manufacturing housing overlay. The parcel is 31,680 square feet. The petitioner, Dallin Burris. The owner, Dallin Burris. The parcel is located on the south side of West Main Street, west of Transmitter Road, being lots 190, 191, 254, 255, Square 5, East Oak Lawn Town lots, Ward 7, District 7. Staff?
The 2025 Future Land Use Plan calls for the area to be developed with residential uses, including manufactured homes. Staff does not have any objection to the request and recommends approval.
Yes, sir.
My name is Dallin Burris, and I own the small piece of land, and I received a letter from the staff saying that they would approve, and I'm here to make sure that's what's going to happen. I'm just trying to better my family's life. I'm renting right now. I got my fiance, a 4-year-old, 1-year-old, and I attempted to get a construction loan, and unfortunately we weren't approved. I tried to get a modular home. I got approved for a loan, but the interest was so high, a 9% APR. So now this is our option with the mobile home. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of? Anyone from the public in opposition? Seeing none, I close it to the public. I bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Dougherty to approve. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Motion for approval passes. Plan review cases. Applications requiring review and approval of site plans along a planned corridor district by the Zoning Commission are as follows. PR 15-04-003, use running track, football field, and tennis courts. The corridor, Highway 21 planned corridor, zoning ED2, higher education district. The parcel, 13.15 acres. The petitioner, John Poussin, Director of Financial Operations. The owner, Christ Episcopal Church. Liz Tarman, Senior Warden. Representative, Bert Duvick. The parcel is located on the southeast corner of Louisiana Highway 21 and Christwood Boulevard, Ward 1, District 1. Staff.
Petitioner is proposing a new running track, football field, and tennis court for the Christ Episcopal School, and a site and landscape plan has been provided as required, and note that the staff does not have any objection to the requested variance listed below, and at this time, staff would like to recommend approval of this proposal subject to all applicable regulations and the conditions listed below.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jim Bradford here on behalf of Christ Episcopal Church and Christ Episcopal School. In the audience are John Poussin from the church and John Morvant, the headmaster at the school, along with the architect from Fauntleroy and Latham, Mr. Ken Sprague. Very briefly, we're requesting approval of the site plan and approval of the setback for the Highway 21 overlay corridor. We believe that the setback is reasonable and compliant with other setbacks in the area. We're trying to put in a track at a grade school and high school. The proposal has been sent and reviewed by representatives of the Association of Associations who I think are going to represent, they have no opposition to it. We believe it's consistent with the plans of the area and should be approved by the commission. If we have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of Sandra?
Sandra Slifer, representing the Association of Associations. We're in support of this proposal that's being made. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak in favor of? Anyone wish to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I close it to the public. I bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Randolph.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bradford?
Mr. Bradford.
Bradford. One question, the staff recommendation of the 10 items, have all those items been met?
They have, and we agree to all the
Yes.
conditions placed on us by the staff. All those recommended conditions are acceptable to us.
Thank you.
Commissioner Matthews.
You didn't mention the football field. I believe there's going to be a football field.
It's a track and field, yes, there's a field in the middle of the track.
Yeah, well, 100-yard football field.
That's correct.
Stadium, bleachers.
There'll be bleachers there, but they're relatively modest metal bleachers. There's no plan for construction at this time.
Okay, lighting.
Not at this time.
Okay, if you do put lighting, that's might create a problem for any neighbors.
One of the conditions imposed, if you look at the staff recommendations, are limitations on lighting, including the candle foot that has to reach the perimeter of the property, and we're willing to accept those conditions.
Okay. That being said, I'd make a motion to approve.
Second.
I'll second with, I'll third with the variance.
We have a motion by Commissioner Matthews,
That's with the variance.
a second by
Staff
Commissioner Randolph. Commissioner Dougherty.
Just a question, staff or the gentleman there. Are there any overhead power lines running along your property, this development?
There are overhead power lines. There are CLECO lines in the area along Highway 21 and along the property line. That's correct.
Okay. Helen, on the landscape plan, do we know that there's not going to be any conflict 25 years from now with trees getting in the power lines?
Yes, and it's being addressed right now.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lauren?
I live not very far from the school, and first of all, my granddaughter by adoption attends that school. It's one of the finest facilities I believe I've ever had the opportunity to visit. I congratulate you on what you've done so far, and this looks like it'll be an excellent addition to the school. Thank you.
Commissioner Matthews?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to turn my light off.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Matthews and a second by Commissioner Randolph to approve. Please vote. Don't worry about it. You're good. Motion for approval passes. Is there any old business to come before this commission? Is there any new business?
Point of order.
Thank you for
I got-
enduring.
I got
Oh,
one.
you have something?
On that last motion, that's with the variances, correct?
Yes, as presented. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, as presented. I thank you all for enduring, the public, the staff, and the commission. We are adjourned. Did we get overtime?
20 minutes to 11.